Hello. How we doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god. Hey guys. Hey. Hi. Hi, Unga. How you been? Hey. Hi. How you doing? Kira, you're the first. Welcome in. Hi, Pen. Hi, Face. Hi, Respawn. Good to see you. Hi, Mo. Hi, Night. Oh my god. Hi, Purple. Hi, Dal. Hello. Well, if it isn't Eve, yeah, it is me. Well, if it isn't me, but it is me. So, hey, how you doing? Hello. We got long videos to watch today. Very long. So we'll be doing that in a little bit. But before we start, I just want to yap with you guys. See how it's going. See what you guys got up to. Oh my god, is that Jorky in my chat? Holy shit, I'm fangirling right now. Happy Valentine's Day, guys. I know all of us are single, so just wanted to rub that in a little bit, but they were the lurk night. Please help me. I'm stuck in the basement. No, you're not. Happy single day, everybody. Happy single day. What the hell? I hope all of us are having a great single day. There's people out there being cheated on as we speak. So we should be very grateful for being single. And happy, right, guys? I sleep in the attic. You take the attic. You take the attic. Hi, Nova. Hello. You know what? Let me put that in the title. Happy single day, y'all. Stay woke, not broke. Type shit. New title. This is a title, yeah, I didn't know what to put there. I know what to put there now. So I changed it. Happy single day, y'all. Stay woke, not broke. Go woke, go broke? Maybe. Are you German, Eve? What gave it away? Was it the racism? Hi, Giraffe. How you doing? Welcome in. Don't worry, be happy. I'm worried now. No, if I was German, I wouldn't be able to make half of the jokes I can make right now. Or maybe I would be. Maybe I'll be able to make more, but, you know, who knows? Like, chat. Am I not a friend to you? Hello? Excuse me? Am I not your best friend? What the heck? Yeah, guys, I'll be your best friend if you drop money here. Are you kidding? I'll be your bestest friend in the world. Liar. What's up, Kara? How you doing? Show you a baka? Exactly. Of course you are. I call you my friend all the time. See? And this is why we're best friends. Face. This is why we're best friends. I thought your accent was German. I apologize for my ignorance. Yeah, how dare you not know my ethnicity? Somebody's not a wizard. No, don't even worry about it. My accent's fucked. It's mixed. That's what it is. It's just mixed. Oh my, Extreme, thank you for 5 gifted. She's like, nuclear. H2O clear. So obnoxious. It's so obnoxious. But thank you for the 5, you absolute legend. I hope you are extra single this day because, again, there's people out there being cheated on as we speak. At least that's not us, guys. Don't tell me what to do. You're not my real dad. Well, I got news for you. Put a pack of cigarettes on the table. There's a reason why I've been gone for a while. I didn't even send 5. What the hell? Yeah, it says that you sent 5. I don't know if that was an accident, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that's about. Eve, we need milk. We need that milk. I'm sorry. I get low fat milk. That's the one I like getting. Low fat milk, bro. They take the fat away. Maybe from yesterday, maybe. Could be. I mean, Twitch bugs out a lot. So, what's up, Mess? How you doing? I do appreciate the 5 anyways. Did you get the milk? I drank it. Drank the milk. I'm sorry. It just be like that sometimes. Or all the time. If only you didn't cheat on me with your job. Treasure train? What? Well, see what I mean? See what I mean? Extreme gifted 5. And then, what, 5 minutes later, we get a treasure train? Ain't no way we got a... Yup. Fuck it, bro. I didn't even have to run a sale. They just gave us a treasure train for no reason. Fuck it. It's a good day to stream, I guess. I wasn't even gonna stream today. I was feeling so out of it. But then I'm like, you know what? You know what? I'm not gonna be poor anymore. And then I decided to go live. Because I'm like, I'm a streamer. They are the beds. Thank you.
Contribution. Only one I can. Let's make it count.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Hashtag forever alone. Better than hashtag being cheated on. The fuck? I'll take forever alone over forever being cheated on. And I don't know. Or I know. Worse. I know. Minecraft the Legend though says, ha. Ha. Ha? Oh. For the 5 purple. Whoa! Big booty butt cheeks. I love that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for the 5. Holy fuck. Thank you. Crazy hype train, bro. Crazy hype train already. Goddamn. Hey Eve, hey chat, Ashram, how you doing? You cutie patootie, you absolute pookie. Do you win something for both? Win something for what, sorry? An extreme, thank you for the 5 gifted! On top of the Betties and the other 5 and the other 75! Oh my god, thank you so much! You're insane. Forgot to mention Eve, but happy 21k on YouTube. Thank you. Yes! Yes, we hit 21k on YouTube, bro. Holy. God damn. I'm so happy. Ooh, oh wow, Dragon in YouTube chat, I see you. Forgot to mention Eve. Forgot to mention. I don't know why I started. I read it on the left. I read it on the right. I read it twice. Eve loves it when you gift any subs or bets. Oh, I do. I do. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Brother, any streamer that comes online and goes, I don't care about the subs or the bits, guys. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm just here for you guys. I don't give a fuck. Like, yeah, I'm here for you guys, but like being able to afford stuff in life is also really good, you know? So I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. It's just like being paid to do something you enjoy. It's such a blessing, bro. It is such a blessing. I love streaming and doing it as a job. 10 out of 10. Sup, people? What's up, Graham? Pretty good. How you doing? Pretty good. Sorry, I'll back off. You can smell my breath. I'll back off. No, you're tired of being happy single day. Yeah, I'm single too. Again. No shame. No shame. No shame. At all. No shame at all. And we're at level 5 of the hype train. Of the treasure train, sorry. Singles rise up. Oh god. I legit cringe when a streamer says, I do this for fun and I don't mind subs or bits or etc. I mean, power to the people that genuinely do it for fun, right? And don't care about the bills. But the rest of us who do care about our bills don't just do it for fun. Scam train, yeah. They're giving you a 35% discount, so yeah. They are the bits, Paul, you legend.
X0 Eva's heart.
X0 Eva's heart. Thank you for the heart. What the heck? She passed away. I didn't pass away, I'm right here. What you mean I passed away? I do it for the vibes. He's playing for the vibes. Yeah, exactly, Respawn. Exactly. No, there used to be before YouTube started paying me, there used to be moments where I was not okay with streaming. Like mentally and physically, I was in a lot of like shit. Like sick or whatever, right? I wasn't okay with streaming. And I had to do it anyways because that was streaming was my only like source of income. And now that YouTube also pays, it is a lot less stressful. A lot. But Paul, thank you for the 5 gifted! You legend! Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're on day off, so it's gonna be a good time. Fuck yeah, baby. You play the hell diamonds too. If I was in New Zealand, I would not donate. Yeah, you would have to be able to afford life to be able to donate. Like, finances first. Scam chain. Yes, sir. Single gang. On God. On God. On God. But yeah, I'm gonna play so YouTube pays so I can take days off whenever I'm feeling sick and I don't have to stream. Extreme, thank you for another 5! Jesus Christ. And for completing the hype train level. I really appreciate you. Holy. Brother, you are insane. W money? It's not. Yeah, pretty much. Welcome in, Snowy. Yeah, W money. They started the treasure train. My glorious king. Why are we sucking up to him so hard, bro? Oh yeah, White Among Us gay sex. Anytime we see Snow in chat, bro. Except for putting 07, we just do this. We gotta make Partner Plus a goal for something, for real. We could, yeah. Snow is here! 07. Among Us? Gay White Among Us 6, bro. That's what it is. Snow, does it hurt that your glorious form has to walk Anyways, now that we got that out of the way, please enjoy the song recommendations. Now that guy is banned. What were we talking about, guys? What were we talking about? L reaction, valid W reaction, bro. Get that guy out of here. I'm not dealing with that sucking upness. Okay, hopefully somebody unbans you. If they don't, I don't give a fuck. Stay out. Stay out! What the fuck? What the hell do you mean? Snow, what's it like, you glorious king? Walking among us peasants. Fuck off. He unbanned Jordy. Valid. I was like, what the what do you mean? Ban me for 10 seconds? Nuh-uh, not for free. Hell no. Eve, I've gifted like over 200 subs. Nah. What are we doing today? We're gonna be watching the entire story of Darth Maul. I think that's how you say it. Very long video. After that, every single Primarch explained, which is an hour and 17 minutes. And then the entire MCU timeline so far, which is an hour and 14 minutes. So, very long reactions. Very long. Very long. Snooze first. Hope it puts you to sleep. Forever. No, it's okay. He's cool and edgy. Ready for the Zabrak lore? Hold up. 1 second. I gotta look this up. Who is Zabrak? Oh, this guy! Yeah. Close. Literally the guy I mentioned. Closed. So cool. Hi, Eve. What's up, Saga? How you doing? Hi, King. I am alive. I am, yes. Yes, surprised you were, big dog. Yup. 1 minute left in the scam train. The gift. Wait, what's it called again? Scam treasure train. There we go. And then we shall move up.
Scanning for Mexicans.
Yes, so cool and edgy. Oh God.
We've got a Mexican.
No. Wait, you got a job? Full time? Are you working for? And for Well, thank you for completing the hype chain level. And Kitty, thank you for the 5 gifted, and Baji, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. What the fuck? Thank you guys. Well, I can finally pay for that sub. What? You subbed before you followed? I respect you so much. Thank you. Welcome in. I got fired and I'm broke. You stole all my money. I'm Fortnite dancing on you as we speak, bro. You know the one with the L on the forehead and doing the side to side thing? That's what I'm doing right now. That's me on my way to the bank with the money you worked for. That I didn't work for. All I did was stream. But then you gave it to me, so. That's me to the bank, bro. Whoa! Face!
Take a little bit more of the money I saved by being single.
Me too, me too. Thank you for the bets. What the hell? Thank you so much. Again, thank you guys for supporting me. Make sure your finances are taken care of. If they are not, and you're making bad financial decisions, who am I to stop you? I'm gonna T-pose at your grave. I am gonna be haunting you from the afterlife. Holy shit, bro. Dominance? Hell no. Hell no. I want to be cremated, okay? Somebody go wherever they scatter my ashes, pick them up, put them in a jar just so I can yell at this guy. That is crazy. Cotland called you out. Not my problem type shit. Yup. T-posing at my grave is too far. Too far. I'll be haunting you. Teabagging my ashes. Never mind, let me go. Just let me go, bro. It's okay. I'll spill out your ashes. Wasn't there somebody that used their dad's ashes to grow weed and then she smoked it? I'm just saying, guys, that's fucking metal, okay? I'm just saying, that's pretty fucking metal, dude. I don't know. Turn me into weed and smoke me. I wonder if it was... Apparently it was. Hi, Rose. Oh my god, Rose, I haven't seen you in forever. How you been? Oh no. Oh, cinnamon challenge with my ashes. Yeah, you guys can try it. You guys can try it. That's crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all should try it with my corpse when I go into another... When I get into another accident. Is that foreshadowing? You know you have. We just spoke on Twitch side. What? What do you mean? What? Eve, it's me face. No, it's not. You're Rose. Take this money. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'll add it to my savings. Sprite banana challenge. Sprite banana. Oh, ew. That sounds so bad. I want to try it. Going 300 in a school zone. As you should, King. As you should. I feel so trolled by you. What? What? That's crazy. I wasn't even talking to you. I was talking to Rose. What do you mean you feel trolled by me? That's insane. What? Man, you're so crazy sometimes. You are so crazy. Watch it, Eve. What am I watching? What am I watching? Get 10% off, King! King! You're getting promoted! Chad, do I buy Mac Mini to train an AI bot to micro bet on crypto changes? Yes. Because if it goes well, I can do the same thing. I can do the same thing, so you should do it. And then we can be filthy rich. Hi, SK, how you doing? Hi. Hi, Wolf. Welcome in. Knight, thank you for the 5! And for completing the treasure train level. What the fuck? I have to web. Woo! Thank you so much. Makes you want to throw up. Yeah, I've seen a couple of people do it, Extreme. Have you done it? We must play Overwatch together. Oh my god, when? Tomorrow with Deadlock? Question mark. And I escaped you with a 5 gifted. You guys are insane. For keeping the train going for this long. The train has been going for over 21 minutes. I'm just saying. Like, that is insane. That is fucking crazy. I'm gonna develop an Acho complex or some shit. Start questioning if I'm real. You're real, I promise, you're real. Need me that hype train emote. Yeah. Wait, guys. Do I keep tier 3 equals VIP? Do I keep that? Do I keep that? Subbing tier 3 yourself equals VIP, because SK did do that. So I think it's only fair to give him VIP for the month. For those of you who don't know, tier 3 equals VIP for the month. That's what I was doing. Pay to win. No, literally, I will sell that VIP badge. Holy, I would sell that shit so fast. You tier 3 sub, you get VIP, bro. Say less. But, yeah, I was gonna remove it. I wasn't gonna keep it, but then SK did tier 3 and I was like, fuck. Guess I'm winning? Guess you are, dude. I'm not even joking. I was selling that badge. I was selling that goddamn badge. I took it from so many people. I was like, yeah, if you want it back, you know what to do. Some people got to keep it though, forever, but not because have it, Eve. Damn Lamo. Comp Overwatch? No. L sellout, W sellout, bro. Me laughing to the bank with the bag of money that I got from selling the VIP patch. What do you mean? But it also helps with the what is it? Partner Plus program, which helps you get a bigger split with Twitch. So it also goes towards that. Immortal, welcome in. Hello. Oversized hammer. Yeah, I took your badge and gave you a hammer. Partner Plus is huge. It is. Yeah, they take 50% right now. So, they take 50%, which is why I'm selling the VIP badge. I'm reporting for being a sellout. That's what Twitch loves. They love a good sellout. Lamau, you bastard. Yeah, can we take away Jerky's badge? Thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna sell it. Guys, you know what? I'm selling Jerky. $5 and you can have him. You can have him. $5 and I won't sell you Jerky, okay? $5 and I won't sell you Jerky. Don't worry. $5? On God, bro. Sold. I'm paying 5. Only 5? What do you mean? Yes, that's a lot of money. Have 2? I bet. Bet. I'll have $2. I'm worth like 10 cents, voila. What's the scam? How much for selling Jerky? You know what? $5. 2 cents, not dollar? Oh, I'll take it. Yeah, I just wanted to say I've been recovering from surgery and watching your content has really helped me keep positive. Thank you. That's so sweet. What? I hope recovery goes well and thank you so much for supporting my content. That's so sweet, man. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, that hit me in the heart. Proof to myself I have a heart, because I just got hit in it. Will a gifted sub give me ownership of Jerker? How many to complete the level? 6 subs and you can have him. While the train is going, I don't have to react. I just sit here. So I'm just chilling, bro. I am literally just chi. Yeah, he's gone up in price. I'm sorry. He's gone up. It's a sad day, truly. It's a sad day. 10 seconds and the train is over. Oh man, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh shit. Nice save. Hi, Ring. Extreme. Extreme gifted 6 technically, so you get to have Jerky. Jerky's cheeks are mine. Hey, technically Extreme won that. Think of the lurk, kitty. Man, technically that was Extreme that won that. You gifted 5, he gifted 6. And Paji, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. We can share. Yeah, no, you guys can share him. You guys can share him. That is true. That is true. Feel free to share jerky, I guess. Bro, what do you mean, bro? I told you, 1, sell out. 2, I will sell you out. No, I eat. I'll have Jerker on weekends. I like how that's his name. Stop trying. You know what we're like. You're lucky I had other bills to pay, or I would be keeping this train going. W bills, W bills. Ocean, hi! Holy, how long has it been? But I'm good, dude. How you doing? Last year was the last time you were here. Damn. That's crazy. But welcome in. I hope you're well. I just lost my power. Oh god. You're so popular now for all the wrong reasons. Like, I said one Slayer on stream and all of these people showed up. They were like, oh my god, I love it here. I'm like, damn, guys. I'll say it again. I'm joking. It's a joke. Hi, Jedi. How you doing? Notorious? No, hell yeah, girl. Ah, no. You said a slur? No. I did say job once. I did say job and work, so... Those were pretty bad. I'm sorry, guys. I'm still really sorry about that. I'm sorry for saying job and work and saying it again. I don't know why I keep doing that. Okay, what the fuck? Cancelled? How dare you? Yeah, I'm a bad bitch like that, bro. I'm a bad bitch. Ugh. I apologize. Occupation. She did it again. Working, so can't talk much, but you have a good time. I appreciate you so much. I hope you have a great time as well. L streamer, I know, guys. I'm so sorry. Wasora, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, Wholesome. Hello, I'm here to watch Zero Eve react. I sure hope this isn't delayed. Well, they're keeping the hype train going, so as long as the train goes, I can't react. It's been delayed for 28 minutes. Vasora, thank you for the fucking biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Holy. Eve, what's your opinion on Olive Garden? I've never been. When will you become president? Tomorrow? Shit. I don't wanna. Like, I gotta be old for that, don't I? And I know 25 isn't exactly young and hip anymore, but I don't think it's that old. Oh, shit. I'll try it one day. I've never been. Face.
Okay, actual last one, for my friend. Also, Eva, you reacting yesterday.
Yes, I'm reacting yesterday. Holy, and Zara, thank you for the fucking pets. There's so many, what the hell? Jesus. Okay, good, yeah. Yeah. The Overwatch devs have to know what they're doing with this. They just have to. Name card. Oh my god, that's crazy. 25, you get the Walker. I know. What, final 30 seconds? Ugh. And I get to react. But this is insane that you kept the train going for like 30 minutes. Again, thank you guys so much. Absolutely crazy. She still hasn't finished. I did finish Liza P, just not the DLC. Don't let her react. There's 7 seconds, 8 subs. I think the train is done.
Take the rest, Ebibibabib.
Ebibibabib. Thank you so much for the hype train. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Now that I got my paycheck, I'll catch you later, okay? Take care, guys. Take care. Thank you for hanging. Bye-bye. No, I won't do you like that. I won't do you guys like that. Jesus. Beep. Scammer. Yup. Oh, man. Ew, you know paychecks come from work, right? Ew. Wait, never mind. Ew. Mine comes from fucking around on the internet. I meant... Should have showed ending stream. Oh, you're right, my bad. Okay, goodbye, guys. Take care. I'll catch you later. Bye-bye. Oh, the stretch. I'll refund my subs then. See ya. Bye. Oh, there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Alright. We have a long list of everything to react to. The ones you painted, right? I saw those and everything else. Those look fucking sick. Time to go to a better streamer? What, is Amaranth on? Yo! Wait, Michael Reeves dropped today? Wait, Michael Reeves dropped? What did he drop? Ooh, pretty badge, Paul. Hi, Jillian. What'd he drop? His balls got him. Damn. Nah, XQC live. See you later, guys. Burn Peanut is live. Hey, Alpha Free. Did he actually? I don't know what he dropped. No, I have no clue. Hi, Blade. Oh. Okay, okay. I see. I was so confused. I was like, I don't know what he dropped. A video. I'll be back. Yes, he did. Okay, fuck you, King. Can we get a bad... He's actually lurking! This motherfucker. Ugh. Oh my god, dude. We're literally doing a video on him right now. Oh, wait. Sorry, I lied. Oops, sorry, I lied. It's Darth Maul. Not that one. It's this guy. We're doing one on him right now. Long list of reactions. You should do Seth the programmer video with all given in the intel. Oh, hold up. You know what? Let me copy paste that into the, because there's a server where I keep a list of everything people mention on stream. Let me post it there. Just to make sure. And then I'll look up the video. I'll copy paste that too. I'll copy paste that as well. There we go. He's problematic? What, is he part of the KKK or something? Why is he problematic? Dang it, hi, Soldier. Hello. Oh, hello again, Soldier. You've got hot dog fingers? What do you mean I got... Where did that even come from? Where did that come from? I was copy-pasting someone else's message. That wasn't mine. Fat fingers for real. Fuck you, I don't have fat fingers. You can see my fingers on my Instagram. If you were ever like, Eve, what do you look like? I have an Instagram. You should follow it. So that way in the future I can work with makeup brands, because I bitch loves makeup. Okay, there we go. Chubby nubs. Hey, don't talk about my penis like that. You know what the ladies call me in bed? They call me the chubby nub. Alrighty, so we move on to reaction, guys. We move on to reaction. You're not an avatar? I am an avatar. I am. What do you mean? You had an amazing money-making idea? Copy the investments of senators? Isn't that what people do already? Isn't that what they do already in Sarah? Holy shit, you're the bits. God damn. God damn. Thank you so much. The last E-bender. Well. The last E-bender. Yup. The last E-bender. Alright. I'm so excited to watch these videos. They're pretty long, but that's okay. That's alright. I don't think we really care if it's a long video anyways. So I don't know how many we'll be able to watch on stream, but it should still be doable. At least like 2 or 3. We like them long. Oh my god, you 0 Eves on Instagram? I'm shocked. Yeah, 0 with a 0. Not an O. Not an O. Not an O. Not an O. But yes, oh my god, it's so shocking, bro. I was shocked too when I found out. I had the same reaction. I was like, I'm Zero Eves on Insta? Oh my god. That's crazy. There we go. Long as they're entertaining the whole way through. True. See, I have the energy to be able to do long ones today. I have the energy, the willpower, the autism to lock in. That's why I wanted to do them long today. But there we go. All right. 25? That's crazy. Yeah, does anyone have a streak longer than that? Autism has summoned me. Delta, how you been? Hi. Autism has summoned me. 50 Eve? I think one person was at 60, from what I remember. Oh, shut up, your Insta is not the hot chick that has a nursing home in her description. Bullshit, no way. Yeah, I'm 25. So legally, I identify as a nursing home now. Hi, Drummer. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello. That's actually so sweet. What the hell? Let me copy and paste it. I'm doing good. I'm doing good though, Guardian. I hope you're well. Bloop. Yay! You're 45? Jeez. Hey, wait a minute. Wait a flickin' minute. Hey. Yeah, I just need to figure out who was at 60. I don't know. Should I do something for the person that makes it to 100? Like their taxes, maybe I can do their taxes. I thought you were 6, 7. Okay. Half of the chat is getting banned after this. And you're getting banned too for laughing. Oh, taxes. Okay, never mind. You laughed at my joke. Yeah. You're unbanned. You're unbanned. 6'9". Sure, that's what you meant. Hold up, I gotta ask. What you gotta ask? What you gotta ask? Dude, no way. I'm doing good, just working on a story draft. How's that been? How's that going? Creative stuff, I like it. I like it, I like it. Can I be on the half that's banned? Fuck you. First of all, you got one class, got your first car, got multiple sponsorships. What the hell? That's awesome. What? Congrats, dude. You should be so proud of yourself. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. When it comes to sponsorships, I am so like... I am so out of the loop. I am so out of the loop. Ah, props. On God. You should be so proud of yourself. 2026 will be a year, and it is. You're proving it, bro. You're proving it. Again, you should be so proud of yourself. Oh, there's a couple of brands I would love to work with, but I don't know if they have any openings for their programs. So, I'm waiting. Fucking W of all companies? Hold up, let me look up W. One sec. Oh, shit! Wait, I know them! Wait, yeah, I know W. That's goated. What? That's actually goated. Fuck W. Yeah, sorry, we're with Game of Subs. We're with Game of Subs, I'm sorry, but I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Dude, that's huge still. You should be so proud of yourself. But you know, for legal reasons, we're with Game of Subs. But yeah, I'm insanely proud of you. Thank you for the lurk. Bro, I'm just glad to get anything at this point. No, it's really good. W's good. W's good. But yeah, I'm with Game of Subs. And I love him. Yeah, I can check DMs. 1 second. Oh yeah, you can delete the ping. You can. Thank you. It's cause I wasn't sure. I didn't like the quality of the post. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to keep it up. Cause I want to work on my Instagram a little bit, I'll be honest. I do want to work on it, but I just wasn't sure if I liked it. If I liked the post. So I got rid of it. But thank you, Kitty. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the alert, Paul. Thank you. Alright. Alrighty, guys. We got a long video to watch. We got a long one. First one's gonna be a 40k one. And then we do the entire story, which is gonna be Star Wars. And then we can do MCU. And I think these 3 videos will make up most of the stream. So this is a Game of Subs household. Yeah. I mean, I think it's huge, though. I think fucking W is huge. Lurk? Enjoy, Lurk. Enjoy. Take care. Take care, take care. Vtuber merch company. They started a while ago, and now my bank is screaming at me to stop spending all my money on shit to prepare for my next step in VTubing. Wait, what's the company? What's the company? Because I'm kind of looking around right now since, what do you call it? I did do a collab with Uvu Market, but I also want to look around. Let me see. Thank you. Oh. Wait, this looks fucking goated. 3D mousepad? Yeah, this looks pretty cool. What the fuck? Limited time merch? Partner with us. Creators? They got a nice catalog. Holy. Imagine having ads right now. That's what I'm saying, bro. Laughs into you 3. No, that's goated. Holy shit. I like their work. Well. Yeah, their work is really good. No, you should be so proud of yourself. Wall scroll as a merch option? Definitely get it. Definitely. Raid Shadow Legends? I've worked with them before. I did work with them before. Hi, Fire. How you doing? I did. Alright. You guys know the drill. Alerts are off. And we react. Oh, there we go. What is it? Every single Primarch explained.
At the
Yep, audio's good. This one's gonna be a long one to lock in, alright? Go get your snacks if you need to. I'm just gonna quickly hydrate. And then we start. Thank you for the lurk. Wipes my tears with $20 bills. Alrighty. Armageddon in Auckland in April. I don't think I have any plans. Wait. That's in 2 months. Maybe I'll go? Maybe. I'll see what my friends are doing. Last time when I went with my friends. So if they're going, I'll probably go with them. Probably. But we can meet up if you want. Definitely. I'll just see what they're up to. Doritos acquired? Yes. Good shit, guys. Good shit. Alright, we're locked in. Welcome back, dickheads. We are going to be reacting to every single Primarch explained. Shout out to the guy that was recommending this multiple times in my comment section. This is a very long video, so go get a snack and we will get started. But before we start, did you know I'm partnered with Game of Subs? There's going to be a link in the description below. Use my code EEP for 10% off. Thank you. Let's get started.
In a dark and secret laboratory at the end of the Unification Wars, the Emperor perfected his greatest super soldiers using his own DNA and power from the warp itself. Stolen by the gods of chaos and deposited on planets across the galaxy, each boy would grow into a ferocious and
Sanguinius, my beloved! Oh man.
powerful warlord.
Yeah.
Today we are going to show you the very beginning of these 18 demigods, their child.
Okay, a little bit of context. Correct me if I'm wrong. The other two we don't talk about because they're like cunts. That's right? I think that's right. At least that's how it was explained to me. 18 we talk about, other two we don't talk about. But I do want to talk about the other two. I hope they're mentioned in this. I hope they're mentioned. Because I think they should still count. They're still his sons. Whether they be dicks or not. But again, I could be wrong about that. If I am, let me know in the comments. Let's keep going.
Childhoods, their temperament, and their history up until the looming civil war that would lead to their downfalls. And we are going to start with how they were created. Sometime during M29, the Emperor looked around at his army of Thunder Warriors and decided it was time to up his game. The Thunder Warriors were genetically enhanced super soldiers, but they were batch-made, hyper-aggressive, and prone to going a little insane. Big E might have been a genius god-tier psyker, but he didn't exactly have expert knowledge of genetic engineering. He needed help to design a better soldier. Enter Amarr Astartes. Having grown up on Terra during the Age of Strife, surviving by using her intellect for various warlords, Astartes had already been experimenting with ancient technology in order to create super soldiers, making her exactly the type of scientist needed to create the next generation of superhuman crusaders. Astartes and the Emperor built a plan for a group of near-immortal post-human warriors led by 20 supreme generals, beings that would be second in power only to the Emperor himself and would act not only as an extension of the Emperor, but also the genetic template for a new breed of soldier, the Space Marines. They named these generals Primarchs after the generals of the Thunder Warriors and coded the whole endeavor as the Astartes program. Setting up in a secret laboratory under the Himalayan mountain range, which would eventually be built up into the imposing Imperial Palace years later, the Emperor's biotechnical division got to work taking genetic material from the Emperor and another perpetual named Erda to begin the incubation of 20 bouncing babies.
Wait, so there was a mother? I didn't know there was a mother. I just knew that it was him. I guess it makes sense, right? Or they would have been clones of him. But, holy. I wonder if she's, like, more prominent in other stories. Or if her only appearance was her DNA was used.
Baby warlords. But it was here that everything started to fall apart. You see, the master of mankind was not content with his perfect children just having his DNA. Maybe his previous efforts to have children hadn't worked too well, or maybe he had a new thing he wanted to try, but the Emperor managed to find a portal into the warp and made a deal with the dark gods of chaos for the knowledge needed to infuse his Primarchs with special powers, a deal which he promptly reneged on. Naturally, the Chaos Gods were displeased, and with the use of some time travel shenanigans, they managed to get the Geller field protecting the infants in their pods disabled and scattered the children across the stars. The jury is still out on whether the Emperor planned this as well in order to give his sons varied childhood experiences, but given how much this set him back, it's doubtful. Without the Primarchs, the legions of new Space Marines had to be created with immature DNA that had been collected from each Primarch before they had been stolen, and it resulted in weaker Marines until each legion was reunited with their Primarch fathers, and their genetic code could be stabilized.
Wait, that's so sick! A whole family reunion is amazing, what?
This setback caused Amarr Astartes to despair, believing the whole project to be doomed. She helped plan the infamous palace coup and used the distraction to destroy her notes on the creation of the Primarchs to stop the creation of any more before being killed by the Emperor's forces. And that finally brings us to the beginning of the Great Crusade.
I guess in a way it's a good thing that she destroyed them, so other people don't just start creating more of these Primarchs. But who knows?
The Emperor took his new Space Marines into the galaxy to create his new Imperium and to find each of the lost Primarchs. Let's begin with the first of them to be found. No, we are not just memeing here. Saying the Primarch named Alpharius was the first to be found.
Oh my
it's
god!
actually what happened, we think.
That's awesome.
The problem with the father of the 20th Legion is that there's not much known about him, and what we do know is likely either a lie, a trick, or both. But even though the Imperial histories declare that the first Primarch found was Horus, there is a secret record that states Alpharius was recovered first.
I like to believe it was Alpharius, just because of what Horus did to Sanguinius. Man, I have not recovered from that at all. And I'm like not even scratching the surface of 40k because there's so much lore. I'm Alpharius. Let's go. Sanguinius baby all the way.
His pod landing on Terra itself, and he was kept a secret by the Emperor in order for him and his legion to act as spies unhindered for the entirety of the Great Crusade.
Oh,
Assuming this is true, it also makes a lot of sense. Alpharius is the spy. He was pragmatic, thoughtful, independent, and was a very creative thinker when it came to his approach to combat. Even his physicality helped him to muddy the waters, as he was one of the smallest of the Primarchs, while the Marines of his legion, the Alpha Legion, were typically larger than other Marines. This allowed Alpharius to masquerade as just another Alpha Legionnaire, and vice versa. I am Alpharius became a common thing to hear whenever an outsider asked anyone from this legion who they were.
Wait, I love that. I am Alpharius. Now it makes sense why you said that, Nova. Now it makes sense. I am Alpharius. I'm guessing that would have also become a meme within the fandom to randomly just say that out of nowhere, especially if you're under, you know, not under his thing, but supportive of him being your Primarch. You know, your dad, essentially. But yeah. Hi, dude. Take care of yourself. If you're interested in seeing what I look like for Armageddon, I dumped some pictures. Perfect. Thank you for doing that. I'm just reacting at the moment, so I will check them out after stream, but I appreciate you.
Alpharius lied like it was breathing. What he said in one place was immediately undone by something he said in another, and a big part of that included his name, Alpharius Omegon, which in itself hinted at his greatest secret. Alpharius was not one person, he was two.
Wait, what?
By some quirk of the transportation method from the Emperor's cloning lab, the Primarch that would become Alpharius Omegon was split into two bodies sharing one soul. However,
wait, that's sick! That's so cool. What the fuck? The first line in Alpharius' book, I am Alpharius, this is a lie. What? I love that so much. That's actually so creative. Short, small, Primarch, King's Rise, exactly. Oh man, if I wasn't already so devoted to the Blood Angels, Alpharius, I'm just saying.
In keeping with the theme of this enigmatic Primarch, we will be saving the rest of their story for the very end when official records say they were discovered. The Emperor's favorite son, Horus, was officially the first to be found when the Chaos Gods scattered the Primarchs in their pods. The one
He was the favorite. Should have been Sanguinius. Should have been Sanguinius. Also, 1 second. Somebody just got home. Even Alpharius would have been better. 1 sec. Griffin is losing her mind. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, Griffin was losing her mind. Anytime somebody gets home, you guys know the drill. She goes a little bit crazy. Ah, hi, King. What the heck, Lee
Carrying the boy who...
What the heck? Anyways, back to this. Back to video. Sorry, I had to pause. Hi, Paul. Welcome in.
Say they were discovered. The Emperor's favorite son, Horus, was officially...
I want to know, I hope it explains why he was the Emperor's favorite son. Just because of everything he did. So massive boo. But I do want to know why he was the favorite.
The first to be found when the Chaos Gods scattered the Primarchs in their pods. The one carrying the boy who would become Horus Lupercal landed on the world of Chthoniya, which was luckily quite close to the Sol system where Holy Terra was. Being so close, Chthoniya had been settled since the dawn of humanity's interplanetary expansion, and so it was a blasted and ruined place, completely taken over by industry and mined nearly hollow by millennia of resource extraction. The people living there were organized into gangs, with constant warfare over dwindling resources being the norm. It was one of these gangs that found the infant Horus and took him in, raising him to be audacious, opportunistic, cunning, and above all else, hungry for approval. Unlike most of his brothers, Horus did not grow into his Primarch abilities immediately. He spent most of his time on Chthoniya trying to earn his name in the constant skirmishes his gang engaged in. Then, rediscovery. After a brief skirmish with Mechanicum tech priests, Horus was identified as the first of the lost Primarchs and immediately sent to Terra, and it was here that Horus really came into his own. As the first of the Emperor's sons to be found, the Master of Mankind spent a lot of time with the young Primarch. Horus was trained in the ways of war and given his very own legion of Space Marines to lead, the 16th, the Luna Wolves. Like every other legion, this one was created using the genetic template of a specific Primarch, making them uniquely able to interface with their commander's abilities and quirks. Reunited with his gene sons, Horus rapidly became a peerless general, which was exactly his purpose.
Horus was the first to be found by the Emperor, so he spent more time with the Emperor. Is that why he was the favorite? Oh, man.
Remember, the Primarchs were manufactured beings designed by the Emperor to fit certain niche roles in his grand plan. Each of them was an experiment to create beings that excel at a particular slice of empire building. We don't have a lot of evidence for what the Emperor was planning for most of his sons, but either through design or through training, Horus became the general, a leader who understood every facet of warfare, who could intuitively plan, react, and improvise to any threat, as well as being a fairly strong combatant in his own right. More importantly, he was the perfect right-hand man. And for over 30 years, this singular general trained and fought by the Emperor's side, gaining a deeper bond with his father than any other Primarch would manage to build. The pair would save each other's life on the battlefield more than once, especially during their wars against the massive Orc Empire of Ulanor, where Horus saved the Emperor from a particularly powerful war boss. So by the time the second Primarch was found on a distant, icy world, Horus was used to being the only son, and his old approval-seeking tendencies from his days as a desperate hive-ganger began to show themselves.
Yeah, I feel like that would have played a massive part in what he did to Sanguinius. Good morning, Carlo. As a lefty, I would be the perfect left-hand man. Awesome. This is such a beautiful scene, by the way. The artwork, I've mentioned it before, the artwork in 40K is always amazing.
His pride and superiority complex were sources of friction between Horus and some of his brothers, especially after he won the title of War Master at the conclusion of the Ulanor Crusade, making him the official commander of all Imperial forces, second only to the Emperor himself.
Oh, wow.
But even so, he was still a loyal and good-natured man for the most part. Even his resentment at being abandoned by the Emperor to finish the Great Crusade without him was mostly kept in check until plans set in motion by his brother Lorgar began to poison his mind and tempt him on the dark path of chaos. But that's a story for another video, so let's turn back the clock to that second Primarch and a lonely, ice-covered planet. That world was called Fenris, a hostile, frozen world home to a handful of tough human communities living similarly to the barbarian tribes of ancient Terra. But the pod carrying our second Primarch did not land close to one of these barbarian villages. No, it landed deep in the unforgiving tundra, with no one around to take in the crying child that emerged from his pod. Well, no human, anyway. The nameless child was instead taken in by a Fenrisian she-wolf, and raised—
He was raised by wolves? That's sick. Hi, Dad. Hello, I hope you're well. I hope you're doing well, Dad.
alongside her other pups. Soon the boy was out hunting with them and raiding human settlements. Eventually, they caught the attention of a particularly strong tribe, who hunted the pack down, killed the wolves, and took in the boy. The king of this village saw immediately that something was different about the boy and took him in, naming him Leman of the Russ. From here, Leman grew quickly, mastering human language and the art of combat. He learned camaraderie and became quick to laugh and sing, taking joy where he could, and generally being a chaotic mess of a man, socially speaking at least. But in other areas of his life, it was clear that Leman was more than human. He was
Is that an orc head? Oh my god.
a giant of a man who fought whole armies on his own, ripped massive trees out of the ground barehanded, and was able to wrestle gigantic mammoths to the ground, and so it came as no surprise when he made king after his adopted father passed away.
Nah.
It was these stories that finally reached the ears of the Emperor as he was commanding his newly formed Great Crusade, and it brought him to the frigid surface of the icy backwater planet in search of what he knew could only be another of his lost sons. The Emperor came disguised as he often did in new places, and Leman refused to bow to him without challenging him to an eating contest, a drinking contest, and a duel.
Oh my I love this so much.
Leman was a simple man, but the Emperor actually failed the first two, finally succeeding in beating the Wolf King in their duel, which was apparently all Leman actually cared about because—
You know what I love about that is the fact that, like, there is a level— Emperor losing the first two only adds a level of humanity to his character because he is seen as essentially like a god, or like the closest thing to a god, right? And this just adds a level of humanity to his character that I really love, that I really, really love. The fact that, like, he was able to lose.
He swore loyalty right then and there. And it's a good thing too, as Leman was very special even in comparison to his brothers. Remember what we said about every Primarch being a specific experiment? Well, 3 of them were even more specialized than the others, and Leman was one of those 3. Out of all his brothers, the Wolf King was the strongest, most capable fighter, and that appears to have been by design. When one is building an army of superhuman soldiers led by demigods, it pays to make sure you have at least one of them who is both loyal to a fault and able to beat any of the others. As a fighter, he was vicious, relentless, and willing to do—
I guess, like, that's a really, really good thing, because just in case any of the other brothers decided to go against the Emperor, there would be somebody to be able to keep him in check, no?
anything, including taking potentially fatal wounds, to win. As a general, he was all of these things on a larger scale, his savagery translating to decisive assaults. Wolves go for the throat, and even though Russ proved to be a cunning strategist, every engagement he led ended in a brutal and decisive strike, especially when he was forced to fight his brothers. We're not certain if Leman was made specifically to be the Emperor's executioner, but that is what he became. Only a handful of his brothers could have stood up to him in an even fight, and none of them had his drive. And maybe that's what he was actually made to be, the one Primarch willing to do whatever it took to get the job done. The Emperor knew his enemies in the warp were creatures of pure madness, and fighting them could break even the strong minds of his sons, but not Leman. It could simply be a side effect of that mental fortitude that made Leman the perfect choice for enforcing the Emperor's will, even against the other Primarchs. And it was not a secret either, a fact that likely led to Leman being unpopular with most of his brothers. Horus thought he was an unrefined barbarian, while he and Lionel Johnson outright came to blows. But really, it was the looming specter of who Leman was that seemed to keep the other Primarchs from really making a closer connection with him. Leman Russ was a Primarch killer, and had proved it twice. The truth of it is that while Leman Russ would desperately have loved to be friends with the men who were, in name at least, his brothers, It is just too hard to form strong bonds with people who you might be ordered to kill at any moment.
Yeah. And again, we've kind of already seen that happen between the brothers. I don't know how many other times, you know, they tried to kill each other. The only one that I've really known of are the Sanguinius and Horus ones. But it makes sense that he didn't want to be emotionally attached, because that could hinder with his... He was just trying his best, yeah. It could hinder with his judgment, you know? Like, if time comes that he needs to put somebody down, he should not be hesitating twice, because I feel like that's what would get him killed if he does that.
It's hard to shake that sort of reputation gained from making the list of your comrades go from 20 to 18.
Wait! He's the one that killed the other two? He killed the other two? Hi, KB. How you doing? Hold up, he's the one that killed the other two. Are they dead? I don't know about this part of the... He killed them? Is that why we don't talk about them? Because they're dead? Wait, hold up. Again, I'm jumping the gun so hard, but... He fought him and won. 1 of 10. 1 of 10 2 missing Primarchs? Wait, what? We usually, well, usually when somebody's killed, they're dead. 1 of the 2, there we go. 1 of the 2. So, why do we not talk about the other one? I want to know about them so bad. I think when something is like, oh, well, there were 20, but we don't talk about the other 2. I want to know about the other 2. So I can understand as somebody that's new to this. That's why I think I got confused. What to? Here. So number 2 is dead. And then this one, I don't know what number that is. Is that 10? X1. So I don't know what this is, but... Jet, what number is this? What number is this, Jet? You guys are gonna get flamed in the comments is all I'm saying. Holy. Lore reason? Thank you, somebody's explaining it. Thank you, Paul. Lore reason they did something so heinous. They talk about it even... Oh, they don't talk about it. It's even worse than Horus. Alright, perfect. Perfect. YouTube comments, see what I have to deal with while I'm trying to learn. Gosh.
From making the list of instances of the Primarch of the 2nd Legion to 18. The only thing marking the existence of the Primarch of the 2nd Legion are an empty statue's plinth and the sad looks shared between Primarchs whenever he is mentioned. Put him out of your thoughts. Official Imperial records show that the next Primarch found was Ferris Manis, Genesire of the 10th Legion. Manis was another Primarch whose gestation pod landed in the wilderness of a dangerous planet. Medusa is a waste world. Generations of industrial exploitation had made the surface unstable, and millennia of discarded industrial machinery and waste completed the picture of a gloomy and barely habitable planet. And to top it all off, before humanity ever even mastered agriculture, the war in heaven had reached Medusa, and remnants of the conflict between the Old Ones and the Necrons lay dormant in the few untouched areas of the planet. The pod carrying the child Primarch landed in one of these hidden places, and after he had spent some time growing up alone in the wilderness, Ferris grew curious and decided to examine the technology that had birthed him. While
So I'm guessing he would be the one that's good with technology? I'm guessing? Like, he would be insanely good with tech stuff?
Studying his pod, he accidentally freed an ancient biomechanical worm-like monster, which proceeded to leave the cave and began terrorizing the human population. Manis felt incredibly guilty and vowed to take the creature down, an oath that would take him years to complete, finally trapping the monster in a volcano and drowning it in lava, its living metal skin covering his arms, and finally giving him his name, Ferris Manis, Iron Hand. During his long hunt, Manis had shunned human contact, and he didn't become that much more personable afterwards. He did rejoin society and began teaching the nomadic clans of Medusa all about technology, but while he was made ruler, he was very hands-off, preferring that they handle their own conflicts if possible. This is how the Emperor found him, a stern ruler well-versed in technology who preferred action to words, like his brother.
Oh, I'm so happy, well-versed in technology. Yes! Oh my god, called it, baby!
Leman Russ, Ferris refused to swear loyalty to the Emperor unless he was beaten in combat, and so the two fought a cataclysmic duel in the mountains of Medusa until Manis was beaten and agreed to serve the master of mankind. Reunited with the legion made from his genes, Manis quickly got to work shaping them into a force of relentless conquest. Renamed the Iron Hands after their leader, the 10th Legion was a force known for its armored advances and for showing no mercy to those who proved themselves too weak.
I love how with every Primarch there is a, I don't want to say pattern, but like a theme. There's a theme. And for him, it's technology, which is insane. Oh, I love it. I love it.
For the Emperor's vision of humanity. Ferris himself proved to be the most stalwart of his brothers, even more so than Rogal Dorn. Once Ferris had made a decision, there was no turning him from it, and he was loyal more than anything else. In battle, he was a sledgehammer, and his intuitive knowledge of warfare was second to none. A truth that even Horus would acknowledge later during the heresy, saying that none knew war better than himself except perhaps Ferris Manis. Given his stern demeanor, it probably won't surprise you to know that Manis spent most of his time in his forge or in his planning rooms, and didn't.
I love that so much. I love that so much. Hi, Riff. How you doing, dude? Bro, diet is just iron supplements, right? Oh, he's sick. I love his design.
Form very many relationships at all, much less with his bickering brother Primarchs, with one exception. Fulgrim would form an unlikely and deeply important friendship with Ferris, the two complementing each other well despite their differences. The pair would forge weapons for each other, and their trust went deeper than almost any other pair among the other Primarchs, a fact that would become one of the greatest tragedies of the upcoming heresy. Fourth to be rediscovered was the Phoenician, the Primarch known as Fulgrim. At his best, he was a man who excelled at getting the most out of those he commanded, and had a great appreciation for the arts and the beautiful things humanity made. And it was the planet he landed on as a child that reinforced those traits, though, to be fair, it was more in spite of his surroundings rather than because of them. Hemos was yet another world ravaged by millennia of industrial activity, a trend that should be noticeable by now. Many of the worlds cut off from Terra during the Age of Strife had slowly run out of resources and lost knowledge in the intervening time. So when the
he's a snake, literally. So he's one of the two that we don't like? Is that what it is, Nova? Because, again, as someone that's new, I am still very confused, mainly because chat didn't take it seriously. So hold up, I gotta look it up. Warhammer 40k, why do we not talk about the two? Mark, there we go. Alright. The Lost Primarch are not discussed because they were completely erased from Imperial history. A process called damnatio. Sorry, I don't know how to say it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Before Horus heresy. So this is before Horus did what he did. They were removed. Okay, maintain the mystery of the lore and allow for custom player creation. Wait, what? Create a chapter? Okay. Okay. The two Primarchs committed acts so heinous, potentially treason, or severe genetic mutation that the Emperor ordered their memorial wiped and records destroyed. Oh, okay. Oh, shit. it's implied that even their brother Primarchs were forbidden from speaking their name. And some were mind-wiped to forget them entirely. That's crazy. Alright. So it was the 2nd and the 11th. Alright. I hope one day we find out what they did. But I do like the mystery around it. I really wanted to look up because it's one of those things, as somebody that's new to 40k and that really enjoys it, I do want to be able to learn stuff and not get more confused than I already am. So I had to quickly Google why we don't talk about them. And the TLDR is that they did something so heinous, people think it could have been genetic mutation. And it was so bad that they were removed completely from everything. Hi, hello. Yeah, I think it's not that they were worse than Horus. What Horus did was too big to erase. Oh, wait, that's a cool perspective. That's really cool.
Pod-carrying baby Fulgrim landed in an abandoned factory district. His coming was like a miracle for the people living there. By the time he was 15, he had identified a number of places to increase the efficiency of his factory district and was given a seat on the local council. By the time he was 50, he had become the ruler of the whole planet and had sparked a renaissance. Fulgrim was running the planet so well that the people of Chemos finally had free time, and so he had fostered in them the love of the arts.
What a legend, man. What a legend. Holy shit.
And this is how the Great Crusade found Chemos and Fulgrim. The huge Baroque warships of the Emperor's fleet entered orbit, dropships landed and disgorged hundreds of armored space marines, each wearing a work of art never before seen on Chemos.
Oh, wow.
Fulgrim recognized the beauty of these works and the god who led this alien procession and knelt immediately. Fulgrim, as it turned out, was the Primarch of the 3rd Legion, an army that had recently suffered a catastrophic accident that lost most of its gene seed, the material that lets a legion replace its losses. Fulgrim spoke so beautifully to his new sons that the Emperor himself was moved and allowed the Legion to be named the Emperor's Children, taking the Imperial Eagle as their symbol, becoming heralds of sorts for the Emperor.
Like, learning more about these different Primarchs, I'm like, damn, if I wasn't with Sanguinius, bro, I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
Emperor's forces. Fulgrim, for his part, took this as a great honor, and he pushed his new legion to become the very best that any Astartes had ever been. Perfection was the only goal, nothing less would do, and it was this drive to purge weakness that gained Fulgrim a strong friendship with his brother Ferris Manis, both Primarchs striving to embody the very best of the Emperor's vision for humanity. In combat, Fulgrim led his men with almost insane adherence to the ideals of efficiency and perfection, ensuring that objectives were won with the absolute minimal losses possible. For instance, when asked to take the world of Byzas, Fulgrim won the day using only 7 Marines, taking grievous wounds in the process. Unfortunately, the size of Fulgrim's legion would force the Emperor and Horus to hold them back from the biggest, most glorious campaigns, and so Fulgrim grew to be very hungry for approval, while still being sure that he and his sons were the absolute pinnacles of the legions, a combination that would make him an easy mark for his less loyal brothers later. Continuing the theme of struggling through childhood on a hostile planet, Vulcan was discovered next. Frigid cold, dangerous monsters, and collapsing societies were one thing, but when Vulcan's pod opened to the blazing heat of the volcanic radiation-blasted world of Nocturne, it would be fair to say that he probably had to brave the most hostile conditions to start it. Vulcan was discovered quickly and raised by a local blacksmith.
I like how deep, like, his skin tone is, because it makes so much sense, especially considering the environment that he was raised in. And these are the kind of details that I love about 40k so much.
Even on a world like Nocturne, where the crust itself is barely holding together at the best of times, humanity still found a way to survive. That tenacity and the sense of community that supported it was something that young Vulcan took to heart. Within 3 years, the boy had already become a strong giant of a man, capable of great works of art in his adopted father's forge, but he was also a great leader, and in his 4th year, he got a chance to prove it. Being a death world where any life possible is harsh and often miserable, Nocturne was almost the perfect hunting grounds for the Drakari, the Dark Eldar, graceful and cruel alien slavers who delight in misery. Every 4 years, like clockwork, they raided Nocturne tribes, and every 4 years the humans living there would hide and hope not to be found. Until a young Vulcan stood in the center of the village, holding only his 2 blacksmithing hammers, wordlessly inspired his community to stand against the
That's our boy! That's our boy!
alien raiders, and for the first time in generations, the humans won, beating back the Drakari with a 4-year-old Primarch leading them.
4 years? He was only 4? Holy fuck!
Predictably, emissaries from the 7 largest villages on Nocturne had traveled to meet the miraculous child and swore to join him in defense of their world, and it was at the victory celebration that a stranger appeared. He arrived just as a tournament to honor the recent triumph was about to start.
It has to be the Emperor. Because we know that he disguises himself.
And he said he could beat anyone, including young Vulcan. 8 days of back and forth, the stranger and Vulcan each besting the other until the final challenge, a hunt for the largest salamander they could find. It would be more accurate to describe the gigantic lizards that wander Nocturne's lava fields as dragons rather than salamanders, but regardless, the largest kill would win the tournament, and the 2 set out. Vulcan had good luck finding a huge drake and slaying it, but on his journey back, the volcano he was hunting on erupted, hurling him off the edge of a cliff. He held on with one hand for hours, unwilling to drop his prize, but unable to haul both himself and the carcass up. That's when the stranger appeared, with a much bigger kill. Without hesitation, the stranger used his salamander as a bridge to cross the lava and get to Vulcan, hoisting the boy and his salamander up to safety, but sacrificing his own trophy. When the pair returned...
That's his dad, bro. No, stop. That's gonna get me emotional. That's his dad. Of course he saved his son. Are you kidding? Oh, I love the Emperor. I love him.
Returned to the village, Vulcan was declared the winner, but he pledged his services to the stranger anyway, now revealed to be the Emperor, as any person willing to give up glory to save a life was worthy of his service.
Oh, man. Don't be tearing up again. What the fuck, guys? Oh, he's such a good dad.
And just like that, Vulcan was reunited with his father and the 18th Legion, now renamed the Salamanders in honor of the trial that had won the Emperor his son's loyalty. The Salamanders were the second of the Trefoil Legions we mentioned earlier, and while we do know why they were created, this is a story better left for our retelling of the Horus Heresy. For now, it's enough to know that as a byproduct of their very special makeup, Vulcan and his gene sons were immovable in the defense of others. To be clear, this wasn't the stubbornness of the Iron Hands or Imperial Fists. The warriors of the 18th Legion were practical and not above falling back if the need arose. But if their charge was in danger, if civilians needed support, or if there was ever a need for a shield to hold an enemy in place as long as possible, the Salamanders stood ready. And this was reflected in the demeanor of their Primarch. Vulcan was a calm, wise, and steadfast man in most situations. He was kind to those he protected, and ruthless against the enemies of humanity. Vulcan spent a few years learning from the Emperor before truly being reunited with his legion. As the youngest Primarch thus far to be found, Vulcan was truly a child and required training in the ways of war and statecraft, among other things. But soon his first engagements began. It was, of course, a rescue mission. Vulcan arrived to relieve the surviving members of his legion during a fierce battle at the head of 3,000 new recruits, just in time to win the day, but not in time to save many of his sons that he had never met. High casualties would mark the 18th Legion through the rest of the Great Crusade, with the army being used primarily for desperate holding actions and generally anywhere that the Imperial leadership needed to hold at all costs. This
I love him, dude. I absolutely love him.
Led to the Salamanders being by far the smallest of the Legion Astartes. So much so that when Roboute Guilliman wrote the new laws that broke up the legions into smaller chapters, the Salamanders were exempt as they were already at chapter strength. Regardless, they and their Primarch were always the first to dive into danger and the last to leave a hopeless defense.
Look, it's quality over quantity, okay? It's quality over quantity. And this is the best example of that.
Unlike other Marines, the Salamanders often continued to live in the tribes of their birth with their mortal relatives, which only served to reinforce the bonds they had with unaltered humans. they never lost sight of who they were or what they were truly defending. Officially the 6th Primarch to be found, there's not much at all to say about the early life of Rogal Dorn. Either nothing of note happened, or the typically stoic man simply didn't go into much detail when asked. We do know that the pod bearing the Primarch of the 7th Legion landed on the world of Inwit, a planet tidally locked to a dying star, causing half the planet to be—
Yeah, half would be frozen, the other half would be on fire, essentially. And then there will be a middle ground where people can live. Sorry, I I know this because I love space, and that is why I love 40K, because it's in space.
Covered in scorching deserts, and the other half to be covered in thick glaciers. And it's beneath these monolithic sheets of ice that people living on Inwit made their homes in fortresses carved from the ice itself. The child who would become Rogal Dorn was adopted into the House of Dorn, one of the ruling clans of the planet, and just like his brothers grew quickly and at a young age, he was already bigger, stronger, and smarter than anyone else. But
that's sick. Everything is in space. Yes, but you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Okay. Spaceships, bro. All of the traveling between different planets. Like, that's something we can't do right now. Okay? As humans, we can't do that right now. In the future, sure. I mean, you could argue, but we've sent rovers to planets, not the people. I want to go to Mars, okay? I want to go to Mars. I want to go to different planets. So I live through these stories. And I think most people do, which is why they're so emotionally attached to 40K. Because you tend to live through all of their experiences. I don't know. It's like living different lives in one. So that's why I love 40K so much.
He was a dutiful grandson to the patriarch of the Dorn clan, a man that Rogal would remember fondly for the rest of his life. That loyalty and lack of ego would mark Rogal's entire life. He was a man who was a capable and talented leader, but never showed a hint of ambition to take power. He was dour, serious, and unsmiling, though to those who knew him well, he apparently had a decent sense of humor. After his grandfather died, it was obvious who would succeed him, and Rogal was crowned the Emperor of the Inwit Cluster in very short order. A large part of his success was that Phalanx, an orbiting battle station built in the Dark Age of technology. The Phalanx had sat derelict in space for generations before Dorn repaired it, bolstering ancient systems and revealing a talent for building defenses and fortresses. But regardless of Dorn using a massive, powerful space fortress to build a functioning spacefaring empire,
like, imagine living in that, dude. Imagine traveling space in that. Holy. Oh, man.
From a grim and resource-poor world, the second Imperial ships translated into his system and he met the Emperor of Mankind. Dorn bent his knee and pledged loyalty. So yeah, out of all his brothers, Rogal Dorn was probably the one with the least personality. He never went against an order.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. I feel like he's not the one with the least. Okay, compared to the rest, sure. But he seems like the type where if you get to know him, he has like a big, beautiful personality where he's the kind of friend that's always cracking jokes. He doesn't say a lot, but when he does, it holds a lot of value. So that's the kind of vibe I'm getting from him. But yeah. Sorry, I don't like characters being called boring when I feel like they're so complex in so many ways, but we just don't understand those ways right now. And I think that applies to him. But again, who knows? I could be wrong.
Until after the heresy, but again, that's a story for later. He never showed ambition, barely even cracked a smile or made a joke, and the only demands he ever made were in the defense of Imperial law. He is even famously one of the only Primarchs with absolutely zero psychic ability. And perhaps that is where he was meant to be. Solid, steadfast, incorruptible, unquestioning. All these things.
Yeah, exactly. He may seem like he's so boring, but in a way I feel like he's so content. You know, like... And that is hard to fuck with. It's so hard to corrupt somebody that is so grounded within who they are. And that is the vibe I'm getting from him. So, he's not boring.
Things he had and then some. The man
Yeah.
couldn't even lie. He was also a very talented military mind. Most of his brothers considered him to be one of the very best that the Primarchs had to offer. He made well-ordered plans like Guilliman. He was as bold and fearless as the Lion, and still made good use of moments of zeal in ways similar to Jaghatai and Russ. It was well known amongst the Primarchs that if a fortress was held by Dorn and his legion, then it could not be taken. Dorn seems to be the first Primarch built to maintain the new Imperium rather than just taking more territory. But despite being a fairly...
He's like the anchor of his brother, I would say. An anchor not in the sense that he's dragging them down, but in the sense that he's creating a level of stability. You know? If that makes sense. He's like a wall. He's definitely like a wall. And I like that about him.
Boring man by most accounts, Dorn got along well with most of his brothers. Most. His inability to lie and his rigid adherence to imperial law often got him on the bad side of just about every one of his more morally dubious brothers, none more so than Perturabo. Although
And see, that, I feel like, can also add a level of humor, you know? He can't lie to a fault. Like, he can never lie. And I love that so much about him.
Stiff breeze could bruise Perturabo's ego, he had a very special hatred for Dorn, as the two often competed for the title of Best Siege Master. Well, Perturabo competed, Dorn just did his job and kept coming out on top. Eventually, when the Emperor declared Horus War Master and left for Terra and his secret project, Dorn was the only Primarch to go with him. His father wanted him to bolster the Imperial Palace, and he transformed the Himalayan complex into one of the most impenetrable fortresses in the galaxy. And this is why the registered homeworld for the Imperial Fist is Holy Terra itself, with Rogal Dorn being named the Praetorian of Terra. The Seven Legions still claims Terra as its homeworld today, even though from the beginning the Legion was a fleet-based one, operating primarily out of the ancient battle station Phalanx. More than any...
He can rage bait without even trying. Exactly, and I love those kind of characters in stories. They may seem boring, but when you get to understand the way that they function, and their humor and their personality, and stop comparing it to the bold ones around them, it makes them so much more fun, in my opinion.
Many of his brothers, Roboute Guilliman clearly had the easiest life. The pod carrying the Primarch of the 13th Legion lands on the temperate world of Macragge, a world built with a relatively well-developed society, loosely resembling the Romans of antiquity. He is then found not by slaves, criminals, or barbarian tribe members, but by the ruling elite of the planet. Guilliman hit the jackpot. The miraculous child from the stars is given the name Roboute Guilliman and adopted by one of the ruling consuls of Macragge. He is raised in relative luxury, given the best education and the best opportunities for growth. Like his brothers, Roboute grew quickly and by age 10 had command of his adopted father's armies, far outgrowing his tutors in every subject from philosophy to science to war.
I like that. I wonder what significance it will play. The lucky horseshoe.
Warcraft. But it's what he did with those armies that would give the best glimpse into what kind of a leader Guilliman had grown to be. Two incidents before his rediscovery show his character very clearly. The first is early on in his career. Not long after he was given command of his father's armies, the mountain regions to the north were home to a nomadic population of barbarians that had plagued the more settled regions of Macragge for years. Young Roboute was tasked with finally destroying them, and at first he seemed to do that, taking their holy sites to force the smaller guerrilla forces of the barbarians to come to him, rather than searching for ghosts in the mountains. Once he had drawn them out though, Guilliman called out for a duel with their leader, rather than put both armies through more bloodshed. But the Primarch had a plan, and as the two warriors fought each other, it became very clear that the barbarian leader couldn't hope to match this preteen demigod. But Roboute never made a strike. He just parried over and over until the barbarian was exhausted and at his mercy. Then, instead of killing him, Roboute brought out an old religious artifact that his father's army had captured some time before and offered it freely. The Primarch won through diplomacy, bringing the mountain clans into the fold by example and kindness. But he was a Primarch still and was not opposed to being merciless when the moment called for it. Upon return from the mountain campaigns, Guilliman discovered that his father's co-consuls had assassinated him and started a coup. They didn't like the changes that Roboute and his adopted father were making to the Macroggan society, attempting to make it a meritocracy.
I hope he murders all of them. I hope he does.
Where birthright didn't mean as much as skill and passion. Needless to say, Roboute was not kind to these rebels.
Yes!
Oddly enough, it's at this moment that the Great Crusade had reached a nearby system, and the Emperor began hearing about this prodigy on Macrogg. He knew immediately that this must be another missing Primarch, but a sudden warp storm kept him away from the system for 5 long years, and by the time it cleared and the Imperial forces contacted Guilliman, he had not only tamed Macrogg as its leader, but every nearby system he could reach. And that's really what Roboute was made to be, a superb general capable of running a complex campaign from individual squad tactics to supply lines and fallback options. But more than that, like his brother Rogal Dorn, Guilliman seemed to be made more for what comes after fighting, rather than just the fighting itself. Roboute was put in charge of his 13th Legion, the Ultramarines, and it was at the forefront of most campaigns in the remainder of the Crusade. In fact, aside from the Luna Wolves and their Primarch Horus, no other legion conquered more territory. Guilliman took whole sectors, then built up—
I talked about it before that I like the Ultramarines. The poster boys, yeah. Because my favorite color is blue, and when I saw them, again, poster boys, so it makes sense. When I saw them, I was like, oh, I love them. But then what happened was I learned about Sanguinius first, and it touched me so fucking hard that I was like, they have my loyalty, and I'm never leaving, bro, ever. So I have a deep appreciation for a lot of these different legions, different Primarchs. I have deep appreciation. The Blueberry Boys, yeah.
Their infrastructure, ensuring these places could defend themselves and stood the best chance possible to become valuable parts of the Imperium. Guilliman was also one of the most liked of his brothers, not because he was particularly fun like Leman Russ, or because he was beautiful and charming like Sanguinius, but because he was generally calm, honest, and didn't play around when it came to getting the job done. And he was trusted by the Emperor and Horus, which was good because Guilliman's Ultramarines grew to be the largest legion by a wide margin by the end of the Great Crusade, swelling in numbers suspiciously around the same time the 2nd and 11th Legions mysteriously disappeared.
Oh, I love that. I love how he worded that. Because now my brain is like, they joined him. Oh my god.
One of the most psychically gifted of all the Emperor's sons, Magnus the Red's story is one that is made in equal parts of hubris and unearned consequence, but his early life almost rivaled the grandeur of Guilliman's. The pod holding the child that would become Magnus landed on Prospero, a far-flung colony of outcast psychers, mutants who were not welcome anywhere else. The pod came screaming in like a comet and smashed into the central plaza of Prospero's largest city. The boy emerged, fully conscious, and was adopted by the local scholars. And that bit about Magnus being conscious even as he emerged from his pod is important. He was such a powerful psyker that he remembered his whole existence, even his own birth. In fact, it wasn't long before Magnus was having conversations with the Emperor himself via the warp, long before they would ever meet. In this way, Magnus was probably the most prepared out of all his brothers to rejoin the Imperium when the Crusade arrived. In the meantime, though, Magnus set to work on Prospero, cleansing it of a parasitic infestation of psychic wasps and—
I love how he edited this video. So well done.
Restoring the city of Tizca, which would become the new capital. Prospero was allowed to flourish in a way that no other colony of mutants could ever hope to in the Imperium or otherwise, and by the time the Emperor finally made it there, the planet stood ready to join the Imperium. Magnus and the Emperor formed a deep bond for the time they were together. Big E didn't exactly have many peers who could even come close to matching his psychic might, so having his newly found son with him on dives into the warp was a great experience. Think of it as the psychic equivalent of tossing a ball around in the backyard. But the Emperor had a big problem because he was really trying to push back the forces of the Gods of Chaos, and to do that, he decided the best idea was to give them as little oxygen as possible, which meant ignoring their existence to starve them of the attention they needed to gain power. And this meant that while Magnus was the most warp-gifted of his sons, he had to be very stern with him on many occasions. Magnus was not to investigate or dabble with creatures from the warp for any reason. and then he gave Magnus his legion, the 15th, the Thousand Sons, who were currently suffering from a large-scale mutation called the Flesh Change. Being made from Magnus's genetic material meant that his legion was also home to some of the most psychically active Marines in the Imperium, and without any guidance, they couldn't control their powers, even as they tried desperately to ignore them. Magnus and the Emperor worked tirelessly to find a solution, and in the end, Magnus sacrificed his eye in a bargain with the warp creatures to save his sons, and for a time, this stopped the mutations. Here's where things get frustratingly bad for Magnus. So every Primarch is made for a purpose, and it seems as though Magnus was made to be a fountain of psychic energy. He was more powerful than almost any other Psyker in the galaxy at his height, and his curiosity to learn more so he could grow and gain control.
I wonder if his curiosity ended up being his downfall in some sort of way. Because a lot of times, characters that are insanely curious about something don't always know when to stop. So
was a very predictable outcome of designing a being with this sort of power. Knowing all of this, the Emperor told him to just not poke at the warp and left it at that. He never really told him why. He never went into specifics. It's like telling a child not to touch an oven, but not that it will burn you if you do. And so, of course, Magnus kept researching and poking at the warp. The Imperium, though, was very superstitious about Psykers and mutants in general, so even amongst his brothers, Magnus was viewed with suspicion, and in some cases, outright scorn. It didn't help that the further and further the Crusade got from Terra, the more strange creatures it came across, including many warp creatures that no one could identify. Demons weren't a known thing. Remember, the Emperor had strictly clamped down on that knowledge, so it was blamed on Magnus and his legion.
Oh, fuck. Not exactly. He wanted to warn the Emperor and fucked everything up? Oh, jeez, man. I feel so bad for him. He didn't intend on it. I feel so bad. Yeah. Happy Valentine's Day, Young. Magnus was told not to do anything. He failed at that task. He did, but did not say about chaos. The idea alone of you searching for it is already a sign of temptation. I just feel so bad for him.
Even the other Primarchs distrusting him due to his use of warp sorcery. But Magnus was determined to prove the usefulness of Psykers in warfare when it was properly tempered, and he developed the Librarians.
Magnus was supposed to do nothing, and he did nothing wrong. Dude, I love that so much. I'm learning so many, like, quirky sayings that come from 40k, and it makes me really happy. He actually unintentionally harmed the Emperor. Yeah. Well, like Infinity said, he did nothing wrong.
A special group of Space Marines who were sensitive to the warp and who could be trained to use their powers for the benefit of the Imperium. Librarians proved so effective that the practice soon spread to almost every legion, much to the anger of Primarchs like Mortarion and Leman Russ. The debate over the use of psychic powers grew so heated that eventually the Emperor was forced to call a special council to decide what to do, and on Nicaea, Magnus and his doctrine were put on trial. It was a difficult and lengthy process with Primarchs and Marines from many legions weighing in on the pros and cons, but eventually the decision was made that the only Psykers allowed in the legions would be the astropaths and navigators that are necessary for warp travel, and the Librarians would go back to being normal legionnaires, strictly hiding their psychic abilities. Magnus was unhappy with the decision, but he held it for a long time, even dissuading his brother Lorgar from secretly researching the secrets of the warp after the council had ruled. Of course, things were progressing now in a way that would leave Magnus very little choice but to use his might to help the Imperium, but that's a story for later. 10th to be found was Sanguinius, the literal...
You don't know how excited I am for this. You don't know how fucking excited I am. Okay. Oh, this is like Christmas.
golden child of the Imperium.
Yes.
The Primarch of the 9th Legion was perfect and is as close to a Gary Sue as possible in this lore. He was kind and compassionate while being strong and merciless against those who would do harm to humanity. He had powerful psychic gifts, including a strong ability to see the future like his brother Konrad Curze, except he wouldn't be driven mad by it. He was a masterful combatant, a courageous and wise leader, a brilliant tactician, and beloved, or at least respected, by every one of his brothers. And yes, that is over the top, almost cartoonish so, but we should remember that the story of Warhammer 40k quite often drifts into the operatic, and Sanguinius is hardly the only character with outrageously blunt portrayals. We would argue that the inclusion of a perfect son was necessary in this larger-than-life story. The pod-carrying Sanguinius crashed into the planet of Baal, a world that had suffered nuclear and chemical warfare throughout the Dark Age of technology, and as a result the surface was a blasted and irradiated hellscape dominated by hordes of mutant tribes and a group of unstated humans who struggled to fight for what little resources still existed. These are the people who found the baby Primarch glowing and beautiful. Like his brothers, Sanguinius grew quickly and was taller and stronger than any of his tribe mates by his first year. Oh, and he also had grown wings. No one is sure if it was a quirk of the radiation on Baal or if the Emperor had designed him this way, but Sanguinius had grown an obvious, if beautiful, mutation, a pair of pure white wings that were strong enough to allow him to fly. That, plus his incredible psychic abilities, allowed Sanguinius to lead his tribe called the Blood to victory after victory against the mutants of Baal. And so he was able to secure a future for his found family, even if it was still harsh on the planet's surface. This is when the Emperor appeared, disguised himself as he has...
I love this editing so much. I wonder who that is. I wonder who that is. Oh, but yes, I know about the struggles the Blood Angels have. I know about it. But you know what? I know about the death. I know about the war. I know about the struggles. And I would still be a Blood Angel. Like, through and through. There will never not be a day where I don't pick them. And... oh, man.
Done several times, trying to gauge the character of his lost son. But Sanguinius had the gift of foresight because, of course, he did. And he had seen this stranger in his dreams, knowing who he really was. Sanguinius didn't challenge the Emperor, nor did he immediately bend the knee either. For the first time, a Primarch bargained with the Master of Mankind. Sanguinius knew what the Imperium was like and knew that his tribe mates would likely be called just in case of hidden mutations, so he set a condition of his service upon them being allowed to live, which the Emperor agreed to. Sanguinius then asked something that no other Primarch had. What would happen if he refused to join? To this, the Emperor gave probably the best answer possible. He said that wouldn't happen because Sanguinius was clearly a man who cared about protecting humanity. He had saved the people of the Blood, and now that he was being given a chance to save humans across the galaxy, there was no way he could pass that up.
Exactly.
He was correct, and Sanguinius swore loyalty without further conversation.
You're a man that cares. And you know what? He cared about his brother until the very end, and fuck you, I'm tearing up. Like, he knew what was gonna happen, but he cared about his brother so much that he was okay with taking the possibility that there's, you know, a 0.1% chance that he may be able to save him, and he took that, knowing damn well that, you know. Oh, I need a second, dude. Every time I see Sanguinius, it does something to me. Hi, Kiwi. Oh, babe, hydrate. I need a second. He made the ultimate sacrifice, yeah. He cared.
Baal was set up as his legion's new homeworld, and after a few years learning about Imperial life and warfare from both the Emperor and Horus, he was given control of his legion, the Revenant Legion as it was called at the time. The Ninth Legion had basically devolved into a pack of wild killers at this point, scattered across dozens of campaigns, fighting wherever they could. They had all of Sanguinius' rage, but none of his control, and so upon meeting them for the first time, he instead made an oath to them. These men would no longer be honorless berserkers, they would have his leadership and his strength, and in return, he would share their fate. Redemption.
Give me a second. Why? Every fucking time, bro. Every fucking time he will share their fate. And he kept that. He kept that. Ooh, that's another good speech. No, I haven't heard it. But it would be good to watch. Fuck, man. He kept that. He'll share their fate. Oh my god.
Or damnation, the great angel would be with them, fighting to make them the greatest legion of them all. His passion and intensity drew his men to him eagerly, and with the help of his psychic abilities, the raging flaw in their blood was calmed. From then on, the Legion was known as the Blood Angels. At this point, you all must be thinking that it's hypocritical for the Imperium at large, just especially the other Primarchs, to have seen this obvious mutant with potent psychic powers and just universally chose to adore him, whereas Magnus and Konrad are just seething in the background. But as far as the lore shows, none of Sanguinius' brothers resented him until the heresy. Favoritism aside, Sanguinius never fell victim to his ego or believed himself superior to any of his brothers or even his own sons, and true to his word, the Blood Angels quickly became one of the most honorable and effective legions in the Imperial war machine. His friendship with his brothers grew deeper the whole while, especially Horus, who believed that Sanguinius...
Oh man, when I tell you, this is like an open wound for me, and anytime I hear about Sanguinius, it's like taking salt and really rubbing it into my goddamn wound. I mean it. Oh, dude.
This should have been made War Master instead of him. Sanguinius was the best of them and more like the Emperor than any of the Primarchs, he had said. What happened between those two later on is perhaps one of the most painful tragedies in this story. Possibly the greatest fighter of all the Primarchs.
Give me 1 second, bro. Holy. I don't know how people do it. There has to be a way to bring him back, okay? I saw a video that was like, he's been dead for over 10,000 years. I will find a goddamn way if I have to. I will do anything for him to come back. Eve, do you like Star Wars or Warhammer more? They're like completely different. I don't think it will be fair to pick one when both of them are so beautifully written. I think, if anything, it will be an insult to both to compare them. They're very different from each other, but they do share a lot of similarities, and they tell stories that deserve to be respected in their own way. I hope that makes sense. So, if I had to pick, I wouldn't be able to. It's two beautifully written cinematic pieces of art being compared. Like, how do you unpick that? You can't. I mean, maybe some people can, but for me, they're so well done. And the stories have made me cry way too many times for me to be like, I picked this one over the other. Never happening. That's a great answer, actually. Thank you. Oh, man.
Lionel Johnson was found next on the heavily forested planet of Caliban. A pod bearing the mark of the First Legion crashed onto the cursed planet way too close to the Eye of Terror. This proximity to the largest open warp portal in the galaxy made Caliban a dangerous place full of warp-tainted monsters. Even the forest itself seemed to have a malign intelligence. Here, the history books lose track of Johnson as he had landed far away from any human habitation. Somehow, the boy spent a decade in that monster-filled jungle, something almost impossible for even a Primarch to do, but of course, like every one of his brothers, a brush with civilization was inevitable, and some local knights on a monster hunt came across the wild giant of a man and almost slew him out of fear, but their leader, a man named Luther, calmed the whole situation and convinced the boy to come back with them. From there, it's a very predictable story. Now given a name, Lionel Johnson grew quickly, outstripping all his tutors and instructors, rising through the ranks with Luther, who had become his very best friend. The people of Caliban were organized into fiefs ruled over by various knightly orders, very similar to the medieval Europe on Terra. Not long afterwards, Luther and Johnson had gained it.
This is where the meme is from? I've seen this before. This is where it's from? Dude! Holy shit! I've seen this! Oh yeah, I hope it didn't piss off anybody when I'm like, this is where the meme is from. But it's cool. I love it.
Enough fame that they began to form a coalition of the knightly orders. They believed that altogether Caliban could be cleansed of the monsters that had terrorized its people for generations.
You pretty sure it's not really? Hi, Adi. Yeah, I think Sanguinius coming back would water down his sacrifice. At least the impact, the emotional impact of his sacrifice would be watered down if he came back. As much as I love him, I think his story wouldn't be as hard-hitting if we knew at the end that he was going to be okay. His sacrifice would lose a lot of the meaning. So I do agree with that. Oh, you think it's from something else? That's King Arthur? Oh, it's not from 40k? Oh. But the Dark Angels are hella medieval coded. Oh, I guess this artwork works then. It works.
Narrations. Luther was a skilled orator, something that Johnson never really gained a taste for. Regardless, in a single decade, the entire planet was cleared and made safe for the people of Caliban, and Johnson, who had led the overall effort, was made Grand Master of his order. You can imagine that Luther was a little jealous of that, which is something that he never really got over. Johnson spent the following years gathering every other order under his banner until he ruled the planet, which is precisely when the Forward Scouts of the Great Crusade reached the Caliban system. It seems like Johnson didn't fight or challenge the Emperor when they met, which is a bit odd considering how audacious and proud he was at the time, but it could also be that Johnson simply recognized the Emperor as a superior being, or perhaps had some awareness of him already, like some of his brothers had. Either way, he was immediately placed in command of the First Legion, which was swiftly renamed the Dark Angels. The First Legion had been the Emperor's favorite tool for quite a long time, even after Horus was found, and so their leadership was actually very slow to accept their gene father. Orion, however, was in no mood to accept any insubordination and dueled every company commander he could find, famously fighting a captain wearing Terminator armor while Johnson wore nothing but his usual clothes. It was the right move, and both sides gained respect for one another through the ritual. The same could not be said for the nobility of Caliban, who were scared of change. They attempted to assassinate both the Emperor and Johnson, but were soon after pacified. Unfortunately, this would not be the last time Johnson was forced to act against his own people, as resentment continued to grow while he made a name for himself and his legion on the crusade. In terms of his relationship with his brothers, most found Johnson irritating and full of himself.
Really?
Which he was. Mind you, he was also probably the best fighter of them all, and at one point openly fought his brother Leman Russ over a disrespectful slight during one of their campaigns.
His whole thing seems to be pride. But I'm not getting the vibe that it was in an egotistical way, if that makes sense. I don't remember which book it appears in, but there's a conversation between Melchador and Emperor, where it said that with enough time, he can bring the fallen back, referring to the Primarchs. Oh, so it's possible. Yeah, he's prideful as fuck. He does seem to be very prideful, but not egotistical. I feel like there's a big difference between ego and pride. At least in my head, I feel like pride comes from achievement. Like where you've achieved something, so you can be prideful of that. Where ego seems a lot more shallow and insecure.
And was a loyal son, but he had ambition, pride, and was competitive by nature. That, coupled with his difficulty understanding the emotions of his brothers, led him to be liked only by a few and only in small doses. This would change with time, but for now, this is where we leave the first Primarch. A pod containing the Primarch of the 4th Legion streaks across the night sky of a distant world named Olympia, coming to rest in the mountains far from any human settlements. For a whole year, the child inside would be alone, and as he grows to his full gigantic height, he becomes known as an elusive wanderer who slays the dangerous beasts of the mountainside wilderness. While engaging in some curiosity, the boy is found by guards of a nearby city and taken to the local tyrant. This man immediately understood that the boy was more than a normal human. Being taller than a full-grown man at 1 year old was likely a bit of a giveaway. He adopted the boy and made every attempt to show him love and affection, something that the Primarch would never reciprocate. He chose for himself the name Perturabo and refused to grow close to anyone except his adopted sister. Perturabo was interested only in excellence, efficiency, and cold logic. He led his father's armies in subjugation of the other fortified cities of Olympia, but only because he wanted experience with siegecraft, something that he would indeed become known for. This was the man that the Emperor found when his crusade reached Olympia. Perturabo tossed aside his adopted family easily and took up his new legion of super soldiers made with his genetic material. He named them the Iron Warriors, and he was
logically, yeah, that makes sense, but man, that's cold.
Just as ruthless with them as he was with his enemies. After looking over their war record, Perturabo decided that his Marines were lacking in many areas and punished them by ordering decimation. 1 in every 10 legionnaires were chosen by lottery and beaten to death by his squad mates, and he ordered this more than once in the coming decades whenever his Marines failed to hold up to his exacting standards. And so he became known for many of the negative traits rather than his talents. In fact, we are of the opinion that no Primarch squandered their gifts quite like Perturabo did. The Lord of the 4th Legion was even more of a genius than most of his brothers, able to understand the workings of any machine by simply studying it for a while.
He is very cold. I'm trying to understand him. He's very, very cold and logical and ruthless. Happy birthday, Nightlight. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know if he has any qualities that I would be like, this redeems him a bit. Bro is very talented, but everyone only remembers his bad deeds. I think it's just because they're so horrendous, you know? They're insanely horrendous. So I'm trying to give him something, anything. Because I don't like to instantly hate on somebody, like a character, without understanding them. So I'm just trying to see from his perspective, even though I majorly disagree with it.
He was able to think so quickly and at such large scales that he had a computer grafted into his skull to handle some of the more mundane tasks and calculations involved in managing a battle. But all of that couldn't help him overcome his greatest enemy, himself. Perturabo was self-important, petty, and jealous. His great mind was often turned to how unfairly he believed he was being treated. His brother Rogal Dorn, for instance, was given some of the most glorious campaigns and was trusted to build the fortifications on Holy Terra itself, while Perturabo's legion was given the most thankless and grueling sieges imaginable, taking tremendous losses over and over again. To his credit, Perturabo may have complained and whined like a petulant teenager, but he did his job and he did it well, and for the most part, his stoic nature kept all the whining internal, but that sort of brooding poisons even a Primarch's mind over time. This bitterness led him to make foolish mistakes and quarrel with his brothers when he didn't have to. It also made him a very easy target for later heresy, although that's a story for later. Mortarion of the 14th Legion is an interesting case. Uncompromising, grim, relentless, but also angry and bitter. He is a Primarch forged by hardship and is one of the very few cases of an eventual traitor who could possibly have remained loyal were it not for the pressures and calamities that struck him and his legion. In the beginning, the boy who would be Mortarion crashed onto a poisonous world called Barbarous, directly onto the remains of a recent and cataclysmic battle. The victorious alien warlord suddenly heard the cries of a child echoing across the battlefield and was surprised to find a human-looking boy. Barbarous is choked with poisonous fog that rests thicker and thicker the higher one travels into the mountains. Doesn't have much effect on the alien warlords who ruled this planet, but for humans, even a Primarch, it was very toxic. Luckily, the child was stronger than a normal human, and so could survive a little bit of the poison, and so the warlord named him Mortarion and kept him in a private villa on the mountainside as a sort of pet. Mortarion grew like his brothers had, with the warlord teaching him everything he knew about fighting and leading armies. He would take the child with him on campaigns against other warlords, and Mortarion learned quickly, but he was not grateful to his adopted father. Mortarion saw that the warlord was not human and knew that his own people lived below the poisonous fog. He also knew that the warlord was afraid of him, having built his own home much higher in the mountains in such thick fog that even Mortarion couldn't breathe. So he escaped, climbing down to the human villages to see what his people were like. He found frightened, superstitious people who were constantly under attack from alien warlords, using warp magics and strange technology. By now, of course, Mortarion himself looked a bit like a monster. He had come from inside the fog that no human could survive, and he was monstrously huge compared to them. But eventually, as he helped with harvests and made himself useful, the humans began to trust him. And that's when a minor warlord attacked. The gigantic Primarch grabbed a two-handed scythe and destroyed the attacking army, chasing the surprised alien leader into the fog and killing him to the cheers of the human villagers. And so a peasant uprising began. Mortarion taught them how to fight, taught their blacksmiths how to make weapons instead of farm tools, and made crude respirators for his new army, his Death Guard. When the next alien army attacked, he seized the initiative and charged up the mountain with his army, and together they began to take out the aliens one by one. This time, fighting in the fog strengthened humans and Primarch alike, and on the eve of the final battle with Mortarion's adopted father, a stranger—
How did it strengthen the humans if it was poison to begin with? Do you have a favorite traitor legion? No. No. My loyalty is only with one, and that is Sanguinius. And what was done to him, I cannot forgive. So no.
arrived. You all know where this is going by now. It was the Emperor, though Mortarion didn't know. He challenged the Primarch to take his former father's fortress alone, on the condition that if he failed, he would swear loyalty to the stranger. Mortarion was proud and would not back down, even though being so high up meant almost certain death. But up he went. Predictably, it did not go well for him, as the hoses on his breathing apparatus melted and he passed out. The stranger stepped in, saving him and revealing himself to be the Emperor at the same time, and Mortarion, true to his word, pledged himself. He was given the 14th Legion, the Dusk Raiders, who he renamed the Death Guard after his brave army of peasants. Recruiting from Barbarous meant that the 14th Legion became known for relentless assaults and uncompromising advances. Whenever there was an enemy that was too tough to break, Mortarion and his Death Guard were called in and simply walked forwards until they ceased to be a problem. Humorless and strict, Mortarion didn't make friends amongst his brothers, either being enraged by their use of psychic powers like he was with Magnus, or accusing others of being too soft thanks to having a more luxurious upbringing like Guilliman. He grew bitter, like Perturabo did, about getting the most thankless assignments, but he did grow very close to Horus during his time in the Crusade, a relationship that would lead to his downfall. Okay, look, no one likes him, but we have to talk about Lorgar. This guy is really the whole reason the Horus Heresy even happens.
So that's why people don't like him. I was gonna say, like, Horus is right there, guys. Why do we not like him if Horus is right there?
There are factors involved with him turning to the dark powers of chaos, but at the end of the day, Lorgar is the first heretic. The pod holding the child that would become Lorgar Aurelian crashed into the deserts of the planet Colchis, and was found quickly thereafter by a band of nomads who recognized that this child was something special, and they weren't the only ones. A wandering priest named Corferon also immediately recognized that this 17-day-old child the size of a 10-year-old was clearly more than human, and after convincing the boy to come with him, Corferon slaughtered the nomads to keep Lorgar a secret. The boy was then raised in a harsh, religiously strict environment, and it was here that the first bit of poison worked its way into Lorgar's character. It seemed the boy had a natural draw to faith, and to the fervor that comes from truly believing in a cause. Had he been—
I don't think ultimately there's anything wrong with faith and believing in a cause. The only time there's something wrong with it is when it's used to do evil. Which tends to happen. So I'm curious if that is what led to everything.
Been raised on Terra, this might have translated into a strong adherence to the imperial truth, but instead he took on the religion of his mentor, and Corferon worshipped the primordial truth, one of the many names for chaos. He physically and mentally abused the boy, ensuring that Lorgar was loyal to him alone, and pushing the extraordinary youth to seek a leadership position. Corferon knew Lorgar had what it took to rule the whole planet, and he wanted to control the next ruler of Colchis. As Lorgar grew more powerful, his psychic abilities began manifesting. He began dreaming of a golden armored giant and a cyclops in blue robes coming to Colchis. He interpreted this as the return of the primordial truth, but really, he was seeing his brother Magnus and the Emperor in a prophetic dream. Regardless of the truth, this was too much for the established religious rulers of the planet. They declared Lorgar a heretic, which is ironic in hindsight, and attempted to arrest him. But Lorgar had not only become a fully grown Primarch, but he had many devout followers, and within the next 6 or so years, Lorgar was the undisputed ruler of a fanatically loyal planet. And then finally his dream came true, and the Emperor arrived with Magnus at his side. Lorgar, of course, had been waiting for this and gladly pledged his loyalty to his true father. The worship on Colchis changed overnight to worship of the Emperor, something he did not agree with at all, but Lorgar was new and he indulged his son for now.
Because didn't that go against the Emperor's beliefs? That he didn't want to be worshipped? Despite being the closest thing to a god, I would say. Or I would even consider him to be God, but he didn't want to be worshipped. He didn't want that. Yes? So this son of his was the complete opposite of what the Emperor wanted. But how much of that is to do with the environment that he was raised in, considering how abusive that is? I would say a lot. I wonder if he wasn't raised in the environment, how he would have turned out. Would he still have done what he did? Lorgar really wanted to pray to Dad, but Dad said no. Yeah.
Lorgar was given the 17th Legion, the Imperial Heralds, now renamed the Wordbearers after Lorgar himself, and the title he had gained while purging the
worship him means feeding chaos.
Unfaithful of Colchis. It is clear that Lorgar was originally meant to be that zealous face of the Imperium, the first thing the enemies of humanity would see, and they acted in that way for many years of the fighting in the Crusade. But Lorgar would not stop worshipping his father as a god, and this led to the first real signs of trouble. Wherever the Wordbearers went, on every world they conquered, they erected a cathedral to the Emperor. They made the office of the chaplains, religious leaders for the Space Marines that would eventually be adopted by every legion, and not only was the Emperor displeased with the slow progress of the 17th Legion, as they kept pausing to establish these churches, but the Emperor was disgusted with the religion. Space Marines are for battle, not faith, he told Lorgar, and demanded he stop. When the Wordbearers continued, more drastic measures were taken. It was even rumored that the Emperor almost used the Space Wolves to remove the Wordbearers from history, like the 2nd and 11th Legions had been. But some of the other Primarchs, likely his brother Magnus, who had formed a close relationship with Lorgar, begged for a lighter sentence. So the Emperor ordered the Ultramarines and their Primarch Roboute Guilliman to come with him to Lorgar's perfect capital city of Monarchia and raze it to the ground as Lorgar was forced to watch. That was the last straw. It was too much, and it was while the Primarch mourned his city and the loss of his faith that his old mentor, Corferon, came to him and reminded him of more worthy beings to worship. From there, plans began to be written while Lorgar and the Wordbearers pretended to be model Imperial soldiers, and the snowball began to slowly roll downhill. The Horus Heresy had begun. The Great Khan is a strange case amongst his brothers, not because of any particular quirk or cartoonish failing, but because there's nothing really strange about the man, aside from him being a genetically modified superhuman demigod, of course. Jaghatai landed on a planet called Chogoris, or Mundus Planus if you're an Imperial surveyor. This planet is almost a paradise, wide-sweeping plains of green grass, gorgeous mountains, and
it's just peace. Bro landed in peace. That's why he's a normal dude.
Deep blue oceans. The people living there were loosely organized into nomadic tribes, relying on their horses to hunt and travel. There was, of course, conflict between the tribes. Raiding and slavery were common, and larger tribes formed empires that ruled large areas of the plains. Jaghatai was found by a smaller tribe and spent most of his early years doing what every other tribesperson was doing, fighting and hunting. But just like with his brothers, his quick growth and effortless excellence marked him out as different, and many of the local tribes came to revere him as a gift from the gods. The biggest thing that made Jaghatai different was that he was totally disinterested in fighting, or rather, it might be more accurate to say that he was much more interested in what happens after the fighting, in the future.
if Mongolia was a planet instead of a country. I was thinking that too, eh? I was thinking that.
Sure, that could be won by fighting, and that mentality wasn't just rare among the tribes of Chogoris, but among his brothers as well. At some point, his adopted father was killed in a raid from another tribe in the area. Jaghatai might have been a man of peace, but he was still a Primarch and would not allow this attack to go unanswered. Gathering what warriors he could, the young Jaghatai found the offenders and wiped them out wholesale. Afterwards, Jaghatai seemed to have come to a realization that he was feeding into the same cycle of violence and revenge, and so he swore that he would end the fighting and unite the tribes under one banner. Now, it took him over a couple of decades, but he did eventually conquer every settlement and tribe, absorbing them into his horde. And he mostly succeeded by relying on fast-moving light cavalry. He would attack and withdraw, fading into deserts and open plains to avoid counterattacks, while baiting his opponents into chasing him. Many of his brothers would later criticize Jaghatai for these dishonorable tactics, but the Khan rarely lost and often took down forces many times his size.
I mean, is honor really worth fighting for if you're gonna end up losing a lot of your men? I mean, I don't think it's not honorable. I think it's different. I think honor depends on your perspective of what it means to be honorable. I think him protecting his people and making sure that not many died, I think that's quite honorable. So, I think it just comes down to perspective, right? Some people are very, I will die frontline in battle. And other people are very, I'm going to make sure that, you know, people are able to survive this. So, I would say it depends. Yeah, definitely. Hi, Sai.
He was also a very practical man, and when the Emperor landed on Chogoris, he recognized him for what he was, a powerful human warlord who could help him unite his people across the stars. He pledged his loyalty immediately. Jaghatai was the Primarch of the 5th Legion, the Star Hunters. Luckily for him, these Marines already fought in a way that he was used to, being used primarily as scouts and fast-right forces. What they lacked was a sense of self, and Jaghatai saw to that immediately. Remember, he was a man who thought about what happens after the fighting is over, and he firmly believed that if a warrior didn't have a peaceful way to express themselves, it could lead to disaster. And so he encouraged his sons to take up the arts, writing, painting, music, anything to help them grow and experience culture. He was proven to be very correct in this, as just like the Iron Warriors, the 5th Legion, newly renamed the White Scars, were often given the most grueling, thankless missions. Scouting and hunting elusive enemies across the stars was hardly glorious and took a long time to finish, but they never gave up on a hunt, and unlike their Iron Warrior brothers, they never grew bitter or resentful because they had more in their lives than just moving from one mission to the next.
I like that his whole thing is there's more to life than just fighting and death. And he brings a balance that wasn't really there before. So I really like that. Hi, Ugg.
If only all the Khan's brothers were so level-headed. Nostromo, a planet in perpetual night, was rich in adamantium and the suffering that comes with large-scale mining operations. The weakened and overmined surface was barely able to hold up most buildings, let alone a pod screaming in from the polluted upper atmosphere. A pod marked with the number 8, slammed straight through the upper crust of Nostromo, deep into the heart of the planet. Down that far, the only things around were people conscripted.
You don't know what Warhammer 40k is? Brother, you are missing out. Anybody who doesn't know 40k, you are missing out.
Into mining adamantium and the wild animals that had adapted to living in the urban conditions. Unlike his brothers, nobody ever adopted Konrad. No one ever found this miracle child and took him in to raise him, and so he grew up feral, hunting wildlife for food and observing what he could of the humans around him. Everyone born on Nostromo had never seen sunlight, and those living at the lowest depths couldn't even afford artificial light, and so they had adapted to living in total darkness. But Konrad was a Primarch and could see everything. Extreme poverty is what breeds crime, and injustice was everywhere. The young Konrad may not have been taught by anyone, but he knew enough to know that hurting someone is wrong, taking their things is wrong, and as he grew, so too did his understanding of those concepts. Nostromo was a capitalist oligarchy. The planetary rulers were all wealthy mine owners or industrial leaders, and they were corrupt to the very core. Whatever flimsy pretense the planet had for a justice system was of course rigged to only ever affect the poor and never the rich. Curze saw this and had the power to change it. Petty criminals started to be found dismembered
Bro was Batman? Oh yeah, it does seem like he was Batman.
on the streets. Then prominent leaders and corrupt officials would be found hanged and disemboweled. Crime began to rapidly disappear as mothers warned their children
That's our
to
boy.
behave lest the Night Haunter find them. The nickname stuck. In fact, Konrad felt it was a more fitting name than any else he had received. Eventually, as crime in his city completely ebbed away, the Night Haunter revealed himself to the people and took his place as the monarch of Quintus. He even allowed himself some hope that his planet could be saved. He used his new power to gather knowledge, learning everything he could about as many subjects as possible. He led fairly and justly, even becoming known for his patience. But then, the nightmares would start. Like many other Primarchs, Konrad was a very psychically gifted man, and his particular abilities involved foresight. But he was plagued with visions of a dark and terrifying future, including his own death, since he was very young, and whenever he would seem to be getting a hold of himself, he would have another seizure, see the end, and go hunting for criminals. This, of course, is the problem with believing oneself to be the arbiter of right and wrong. Eventually, you will lose sight of yourself and become a monster that uses fear rather than compassion to gain respect. It was this sort of man that met the Emperor, Fulgrim, Ferris Manis, Rogal Dorn, and Lorgar when the Crusade reached Nostromo. The Emperor told Konrad that he was here to take him home, but Curze replied that he was the Night Haunter and had already seen what the Emperor would do to him. Nonetheless, he did pledge his loyalty, knowing how inevitable his visions often were, and was given his legion, the 8th Legion, which he named the Night Lords.
Fuck, don't tell me he dies. I hope that the visions were wrong. I don't want him to die.
The biggest problem with this was that the 8th Legion had been formed from prisoners on Terra, and we all know how Konrad felt about criminals. He attempted to recruit new Marines from only the finest, most upstanding people on Nostromo, but in a scheme to pay less taxes, the wealthy folks tricked him into taking more prisoners instead. It was some time before the Night Haunter noticed, as he was swiftly put to work as the Emperor's personal enforcer. He could see as well as anyone that Konrad's need for justice meant he would do anything to destroy criminality wherever it was, and so the 8th Legion swiftly became known for fighting campaigns against rebels, heretics, and dissenters. A Space Marine is a superhuman soldier, a mountain of muscle, wrapped in the finest armor available. They were easily a match for any of humanity's worst nightmares, and so whenever a community decided that they weren't going to pay the Imperial tithe, or didn't want to join the Imperium at all, the 8th was sent in to scare them straight. Eventually, of course, the other Primarchs found out that Konrad and his Night Lords were fighting terror campaigns against mostly civilian populations, and demanded he be censured, which he was. The betrayer he felt as the Emperor had berated him for doing, as in his mind, he had been told, was immense. And then, to make matters worse, he discovered the trick played on him by the Nostroman nobility and believed neither his world nor his legion could be saved, and all through this, his nightmares kept getting worse and worse.
Oh god.
Curze wasn't a soldier, he wasn't a general, a leader, or a king. He was a killer, with all the powers of a demigod, and even though he had moments where he was able to act like his noble brothers, he ultimately was never able to outrun his nightmares.
He always saw the bad ends and believed that's the only option. So he didn't realize there were more options. He always saw the bad ending. He always saw what was negative and believed that that was gonna happen. Oh shit.
In the lead up to the Horus Heresy, Konrad began to really deteriorate, and while we have attempted to keep any comments on that story for our next discussion, it shouldn't come as any surprise that the Night Haunter eventually gave in to his demons and turned against the Emperor. Continuing the train of abused and abandoned sons, we have Angron the Red Angel. Like his brother Konrad, Angron never knew peace, even from the very start. The 12th Legion's Primarch...
Well, if you only saw the worst, would you think there are any other options? Nope. Nope. If I only saw the worst in everything, if I only saw terrible things happening to not just other people, but to myself, and believe that that was the future I had, yeah, I would think the world is against me as well. So I don't really blame him.
Landed in the cold mountains of a planet called Nucaria, surviving on his own for a short while
His
before he
story's
was attacked
sad.
by what was likely a troop of Aldari who had foreseen what the boy would become and attempted to stop him before he grew any more powerful. Angron was found after the fighting, badly wounded and surrounded by alien corpses. The people who found him were not saviors, however, but slavers, who saw this boy as an opportunity to make some money. Angron was sold into the gladiatorial fight pits and was put to work butchering other people for the crowd. During this time, his only positive influences were his fellow gladiators who trained him and gave him companionship. As he swiftly grew like all his brothers had, Angron became a crowd favorite and beat anything his masters would throw at him until he was ordered to fight his mentor. Angron flatly refused to harm the man who had been most like a father to him, and so he was given surgery to install a device called the Butcher's Nails. The nails are a type of passive lobotomy. Probes are inserted into the parts of the brain responsible for rage and attached to powered cables that bear a resemblance to dreadlocks. Slowly, these probes amplify the aggression of the victim until their brain can't take the damage anymore and...
Can you not remove it? Can you not take them out?
They expire. The nails did their job, sending Angron into a blind fury, and when he awoke, he was surrounded by the cheering crowd while his adopted father lay dead at his feet in the sands of the fight pit. Angron broke then, and with the nails burning into his thoughts, he led a slave revolt, breaking out of the pits and gathering as many gladiators as he could before fleeing into the mountains like a 30K version of Spartacus. They lived there for years, fending off attacks from his former masters, but eventually starvation took its toll, and Angron prepared to die in one last glorious fight with what remained of his gladiator family. In the middle of this final fight, a shimmering teleportation field brought the Emperor himself. He had seen one of his lost sons close to death and had come to save him. "Come with me," he said, "and you will have a legion of soldiers, a long life spent waging war and perfecting your skills." Angron said no, so the Emperor returned to his ship and teleported him anyway. Angron was forced to watch as his family fought to the last without him, and he raged at the Emperor, forcing the Master of Mankind to pin him in place with his mind. Angron asked why he hadn't saved his gladiators, and the Emperor said he had his sights on bigger things.
That would be so painful to hear, because they were everything to him, you know? Oh, man.
Angron despaired, saying that he was meant to die with them on Nucaria, and that only a ghost remained. The Emperor said that a ghost would suffice. Never has the Emperor's cruelty and ruthlessness been on display more than with Angron. The Red Angel was just the first to discover that the Primarchs were not his sons at all, they were simply his favorite tools. Raging and powerless to change his fate, Angron spent months in his new battle barge, killing any Space Marine from his legion who came to talk to him. The 8th Legion...
He was just in so much pain constantly. I think he just needed more kindness. As simple as that sounds, he needed understanding and kindness in that moment. And, you know, again, from what I've seen of the Emperor, he's not a bad person, he's just human. Like, even though he's so insanely strong, at the end of the day, he is human. And I don't think he handled that perfectly. Yeah.
Were the Warhounds, an efficient and brutal assault legion with a strong history of success. Regardless, Angron didn't want them and took a man named Karn, the captain of the 8th Company, to calm him down by letting the Primarch talk about his fellow gladiators and their traditions. A rare moment of compassion that would not last. Angron renamed his legion the World Eaters and set about putting his sons through more and more dangerous situations to prove their worthiness. Every time he would challenge them, and every time it wasn't enough. Angron was bitter, and the nails were also slowly killing him. Primarch though he was, nothing could be done to remove them, or so the Emperor claimed, but Angron's advanced physiology made it slow and very painful. Eventually, his sons began making their own versions of the nails in an attempt to show solidarity with their Primarch, but all it did was make him hate them even more. Corvus Corax has a story that somewhat mirrors his brother Konrad. The pod of the 19th Legion's Primarch came to rest on the airless moon of Lycaeus, a mineral mine used to feed the
The Emperor was a good leader, but a bad dad. Yeah, I think that's something that will happen a lot in cases where, at least for the Emperor as a father figure, his sights were set on bigger things because there were bigger things. But it did ultimately harm his relationship with his sons. Some more than others.
factories of the Forge world it orbited. Like Nostromo, Lycaeus was populated by the poorest and most powerful of the population: criminals, political dissidents, workers who had not met their quotas on the planet below. But instead of turning on each other, these people managed to form a loose community, and when the pod holding the infant Corax was found by a slave girl, they believed their savior had come. Hiding the child from the guards, the people of Lycaeus raised the boy, and he grew supernaturally fast, just like his brothers had. The people forced to work the mines came from all walks of life, so Corax was taught about philosophy, politics, demolitions, guerrilla warfare. Hell, he probably knew how to cook by the time he was fully grown. Raised to be a leader, the young Primarch got to work planning a rebellion. He organized people into combat squads disguised as work teams, forged his own weapons in concealed dugouts, and hid them across the moon. Then he started ordering small attacks to boost recruitment and begin weakening the establishment forces, hitting multiple places to spread out the already thinning garrisons of guards. Once morale was weakened just enough, he ordered the real attack. His forces overran security checkpoints and control bunkers, taking the moon very quickly. But of course, this was hardly his end game, because he knew the tech guilds on the Forge world below would strike back at the rebels living on Lycaeus, and when they did, he was ready. Forces from the planet didn't know the moon like the miners did, and at every turn the soldiers were outmaneuvered and destroyed by the rebels. Finally, while they were busily trying to sweep the mines, Corax sidestepped the planetary forces and sent a nuclear charge to each of the 5 major cities on the Forge world, using the supply routes that used to bring
Dude would have loved Fallout.
Minerals down from the moon. With the major power bases for the establishment destroyed, the rebellion spread on the planet itself, and the moon was renamed Deliverance in honor of Corax's victory. This is precisely when the Emperor showed up, impressed with his son's ability to do so much with such little support. Corax agreed to join his father on the condition that he help the rebels stabilize the Forge world, which was now in chaos below. He agreed, of course. This wasn't a request from Angron after all, and called for the Mechanicus to take control of the factories to bring imperial order to the planet. Corax was given the 19th Legion, which he renamed the Raven Guard. Unfortunately, the Master of the 19th was not pleased with what he saw. Before his rule, the 19th Legion was a sabotage specialist legion. They operated stealthily and raided rather than fighting battles outright. That part was to Corax's liking, but the 19th also engaged in terror tactics like their brothers in the 8th Legion did, and Corax did not want to become the Night Haunter. So he restructured, ensured his legion would only take missions that involved attacking forces with superior numbers in the defense of civilian populations, and never against them. Very swiftly, he became known as a reliable guerrilla commander, and was generally more liked than Konrad ever was. Mind you, Corax and Horus never ended up getting along, but considering how things worked out, that's probably for the best.
I think it is for the best,
in the deepest, darkest part of the dungeons under the Imperial Palace reads Subject 11. All right.
Is this the last one?
We've kept you waiting this whole time, but now we can finally finish the story of the 20th Primarch and the history of Omegon. Unfortunately, the secrecy is still a large part of their story, as there is no record of the world where Omegon's pod crash landed. What we do know is that thanks to his soul being shared with his twin Alpharius, Omegon came to understand his nature a lot sooner than most of his brothers, barring Magnus, of course. With this understanding, the young Primarch assaulted some pirates, stole their ship, and took off towards Imperial space. At the same time, Alpharius was leading his Ghost Legion further and further ahead of the main crusade, working to soften targets for the other legions, of course, but also to search for his brother. It's unclear if the Emperor even knew that Alpharius Omegon was actually a set of twins, as it could have happened when the Chaos Gods stole them away, but they...
Okay, they were still... Okay, I was gonna say, because if they were in the same pot, how did they get... Oh, it makes sense.
They always acted as though he didn't know, so perhaps it's the truth. Regardless, at some point, Alpharius finally learned where his twin was, and taking just a squad of his legionnaires with him, went off to find Omegon. The pair immediately recognized each other and presumably started finishing each other's sentences. They talked and agreed that now was...
Okay. Oh, no, I can't no, I can't swap. I can't swap. I won't swap. But my god, I love him. I love him.
The time to reveal themselves to the Imperium and their brothers.
Hold it.
Remember, at this point, no one but the Emperor and his advisor Malcador knew Alpharius existed. He had been disguising himself as a normal Space Marine general the entire time. So
I am Alpharius. This is a lie. I love that so
Two
much.
of them planned out exactly how the encounter would go so that it looked as natural as possible. Omegon had built up a little coalition of space pirates or something of that sort, and so, pretending to be the one and only long-lost 20th Primarch, he attacked the Luna Wolf's forward element, trapping the big Imperial warships with just a few tiny fighters. Once Horus stepped in his own flagship, Omegon boarded and killed his way to the bridge before Horus stopped him. Recognizing another Primarch instantly, the War Master stood his men down and declared that the last Primarch had been found. As for his name, when Horus asked, Omegon simply said, "I am Alpharius."
This is a lie.
Plan had worked brilliantly, and Omegon continued to play the part of Alpharius for a few months, building a bond with Horus before finally meeting the Emperor, who must have thought Alpharius was enjoying some sort of joke. Regardless, the 20th Legion was renamed the Alpha Legion, and off they went to finish the Great Crusade. Now, not all the other Primarchs liked Alpharius. Both he and Omegon were skilled communicators, and they had a love of philosophy, but they always seemed to irritate their brothers slightly. Guilliman...
I feel like in the... Oh my god, I love this. Oh man, hi Dogfur. I feel like in 40k, right, in the Brotherhood, they would definitely be like the more trolly ones. You know, the trolley twins, and I love that so much. Only slightly.
Especially was very vocal about how much he disliked the way the Alpha Legion fought, to his eyes completely disorganized and making use of non-Astartes operatives. This stung Alpharius, as he believed his way of warfare was every bit as effective as Guilliman's rigid organizations and battle plans. So he pushed his legion harder and harder, making more convoluted battle plans and using loose formations and cells of his marines to weaken an enemy long before the main army ever reached them. Alpharius and Omegon may have been latecomers to the Crusades, but they performed some of the most masterful executions of enemy forces out of any legion. The Alpha Legion was also the last of the 3 Trefoil legions we mentioned previously, and their special purpose could not be more clear. Designed to be independent thinkers and to have small numbers so as to force them to adapt and use human operatives to supplement their forces, the Alpha Legion was always meant to be the spies of the Legiones Astartes.
Yeah.
And so even when things began to fall apart and their brothers began picking sides, Alpharius and Omegon kept their cool and began making plans. They would ensure that humanity would survive. Thank you all so much for coming along with our exploration into the origins of the Emperor's sons. It is not an exaggeration to say that this part of 40k's lore has become the most expansive and developed, covering stories of amazing and not so amazing quality. The Black Library has published over 50 main novels in the Horus Heresy series alone, with more books covering other aspects, including one for each Primarch on their own. For our part, it felt right to put out this brief introduction of each Primarch before diving into the story of their downfall, so we hope you enjoyed this discussion because the conclusion is on its way. Just be
I did. Well, now that is the end of the video, I just want to say that, 1, this helped me understand a lot of what happened so much better. And 2, it just makes me even more excited to learn more about the individual, Why did my brain just blank, bro? Did I die? The individual Primarchs more and look more into their stories and the legions. So I will be doing that. And oh my god, I'm so happy. I watched this. Thank you again to the one man dude who kept recommending this video. I don't know when this is gonna be posted because this is almost 2 hours long before editing. So I don't know when this is gonna be posted. But I'm so happy we finished it. I am so happy, dude. God, I love that video. Oh, hello. Hey, guys. Eve the best streamer. You the best. Good night, Ocean. Good night. Yeah, I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. That was so fun. Holy shit. No, you the best. What do you mean? What the heck? But I do need to go get some water, and then we watch more stuff, more videos. We watch more. We are running out of time, so I gotta hurry up. Alright, I'll BRB. Don't fuck around too much. Again, I'll be right back. Hehe. Alright, I'm back. Griffin's on my bed. There's a chance she'll bark later, but that's alright. That's okay. Whew. Alright. Burn the curtains. Why? Why are we burning curtains? What the fuck, you pieces of shit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Alright. I think we only have time for one more. So we'll do that. It's a Star Wars one. It's a Star Wars one. Hi Pomp, how you doing? But thank you for the follows offline, by the way. I did see them. Despite not saying anything, it's just because I'm recording. So that's why. But thank you so much. You guys are freaking goated, guys. What the heck? What the heckity? Alright. Alright, we gotta watch more. We gotta watch more. Blah, 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 blah. First time here listening to 40k stuff. That was pretty interesting. Oh yeah, dude. I love 40k. Like, I've been really enjoying it. Really enjoying it. But yeah, there's one more video left. And then I call it a night. A night. Bloop. Alright. Last one's the Star Wars one. Let me see. Alright. Cool. Go. Yeah. In the back cricket. Alright. Can we do Order 66? Next reaction stream? Order 66. Wait, hold up. Order 67, shut up. Why is your window closed? Let me see. Let me see. Is it in the server somewhere? Order 66? I'm pretty sure it was. I'm trying to find it because there's so many recommendations. Where is it? Are you able to put it in the server again? Hi, Platinum. Hello. Who did you model? This is the Suica customizable one. So it's not custom at all. Too busy to do it? Yeah, can you link it in the server again? I'm so sorry. I haven't seen it. Oh no, I did see it. I did open it. But I didn't react to it. Because we run out of time. So I'll do it now. Oh god damn it, Griffin's gonna cry again. 1 second. Griffin! Alright, I'm back. Griffin just had to go outside because somebody got home. Oh, they ran out of condoms. Did they actually? That's awesome. That's fucking awesome, bro. Who's turning them into balloons? Guys, they're expensive. Yeah, suggestion. Oh, thank you so much. Order. Oh, it's only 30 minutes long. What the heck? Yeah, I'll do Order 66. Yeah, this one isn't even long. Okay. I'll do it.
Funding for Shape Realism.
Pause, bro. Pause. Order 67, do it. Shut up, guys. Shut up. Alright. Hello, welcome back, collectors. Today we're going to be watching how Order 66 became the best scene in Star Wars. This was recommended by Gimster. I'm so sorry if I butchered your name, but Thank you so much for the recommendation.
Funding for Shaper Ellis is provided by Squarespace, the sponsor of today's video. From
Oh,
websites
shit.
and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the all-in-one platform to build a beautiful...
You should have said 6-7 for the engagement. Sorry, my bad. Redo the intro again. Welcome back, guys. We're watching Order 6-7. Oh god. Feel free to just unsub and block me at this point.
online presence and run your business. Happy
W
May
sponsor.
the 4th, gamers. Today I'd like to talk about the most wholesome scene in all of Star Wars, Order 66. Edit, I just found out what Order 66 actually is. How do I delete my previous sentence? For those who don't know, Order 66 is a moment in the Star Wars canon that strikes fear into the hearts of all Star Wars fans. It's the moment where Palpatine, right after luring Anakin to the dark side and getting his face all puffy via Force lightning, contacts all the clone troopers across the galaxy and initiates a top secret order that forces them all to kill the Jedi.
And I'm guessing that order is called the Order 66. I'm guessing.
Within moments, the vast majority of the Jedi Order is wiped out in one fell swoop, all thanks to the sinister Senate. It's one of the most important moments in the entire Star Wars canon. But I have to say, as someone who's been a Star Wars fan my entire life, it didn't really feel all that impactful when it was first shown in Revenge of the Sith. Here's the thing. The main tragedy of Revenge of the Sith's story is Anakin's fall to the dark side, and the fact that he would go to such dark places and betray his friends and family in the process. Within the context of Revenge of the Sith's story as it's presented solely in the movie, Order 66 feels like more of a cleanup job for the writing. A way to explain how the Jedi Order spread out across the galaxy was wiped out, and why only Obi-Wan and Yoda remain. It's a good scene, thanks in large part to John Williams' excellent score, but on its own, it doesn't really elicit much emotional reaction from me. And I feel like that's blasphemous to say, so let me explain further. Pretend for a second that it's 2005. Revenge of the Sith has just come out in theaters, and you're watching it. You see this guy piloting his starship? Oh no, he got shot down. I mean, that's kind of sad, but also, who was that guy? Oh yeah, he was in the background in the other prequels. Oh no, it's the blue lady. She was also that person in the background in the other movies. And now she's dead. Oh man, that's rough, buddy. Now the guy with the pointy head is dead, man. Oh well, I guess. I don't really know these people.
Hey, I would have been sad. 5-year-old me had empathy, okay? Don't have to wait until I'm 30 for that.
It's 2005. There's no long-ass show dedicated to fleshing out the individual members of the Jedi Council who die here. So, like, I don't know, it's sad that this long-standing institution is getting destroyed and that people are dying. But I don't really know them, so it kind of loses some of its emotional impact. Sure, the score is excellent, and Yoda's reaction to these deaths is kind of sad, but it's not quite as emotionally affecting as Anakin's turn to the dark side. Say what you will about the act.
I feel like, that was pretty, heartbreaking that he turned to the dark side.
Acting and the directing and whatnot, I certainly have. But ultimately, it's sad that Anakin is turning his back on Obi-Wan because we know these characters, and we may have grown attached to them because they were the focus of the prequel trilogy. These other nameless, dialogueless Jedi are not. And yes, I know that they had established names at this point, you don't have to tell me. It's just the fact that they never mentioned their names in the entire trilogy. You know what other characters in this scene we don't know at all? The clones. In fact, it's actually kind of hilarious in hindsight how unimportant the clones are to the movie.
Look, listen. I still feel bad for them. You can't see their faces, you can't see... I still feel bad for them, man.
They appear in Attack of the Clones, they act as a plot device. A mysteriously funded army that the Jedi can use during the Clone Wars that can also eventually betray them in Revenge of the Sith, where they're also used as a plot device that kills the...
It's like the body language. I still feel bad. Am I crazy? Maybe.
Jedi Order, and then becomes the Empire's army for a bit. I guess they were just evil the whole time, because they execute Order 66 without question and kill the Jedi they served under for 3 years. Well, that's great. I mean, I guess it's still kind of a betrayal, but it's a betrayal that practically non-existent characters are performing on other practically non-existent characters. With the exceptions of Obi-Wan and Yoda, who survive anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Once again, it's a good scene, but more so for the music and how it advances the plot, not really because of any investment in the characters. The betrayal here just feels underdeveloped, because the characters involved in it aren't developed in the slightest.
Hey, I can mourn the loss of the blue baddie. I can mourn that. I think maybe okay, hardcore Star Wars fans, maybe it was like underwhelming for you guys, but even if it is like a side character in movies and series and stuff, I get really attached. I get really, really attached. Maybe I just have attachment issues.
So how come when I watch this scene nowadays, it actually makes me cry? In recent years, Order 66 has had somewhat of a renaissance in Star Wars media. Not only has the original scene in Revenge of the Sith been enhanced with new context and information, courtesy of the Clone Wars, but we've also gotten to see Order 66 from way more perspectives than we've ever had before. And it's happened to a lot more characters we've grown emotionally attached to over the years. And it's been presented using much more compelling storytelling and directing techniques. It's gone from a mildly sad thing that just kind of happened as a backdrop to Anakin's fall to the dark side and Palpatine's rise to power, to the single most heartbreaking event in the entire Star Wars canon. But how did we get here? How did this small 4-minute scene in Revenge of the Sith become the basis for some of the best Star Wars stories out there? Well, before we can talk about the new iterations of Order 66, we have to talk about the show that laid the groundwork for the power of this moment. Star the Clone Wars Wars. Yeah, Patrick and I are doing a retrospective on the entire series, so we were, and still are, gonna cover all this stuff eventually. But it's still worth analyzing a ton of this show's brilliance here. One of the best aspects of Clone Wars is how it fleshes out the key players of the Order 66 scene, and turns them into actual characters. I'll admit, I don't think we ever saw a speeder bike lady in the show, and yes, I know her name is Stas Ali, you don't have to tell me. But the other Jedi in this scene become actual characters. Ki-Adi-Mundi and Aayla Secura both get arcs in this show where we get to see what their personalities are like and get a little attached to them. And
yeah, it's a lot easier to mourn a character when you get to see the personality and stuff. That's for sure. That's for sure.
Yeah, we knew Ki-Adi-Mundi was very adamant about stopping the droid attack on the Wookiees, but we never really knew much of this guy's actual personality. Getting to actually see him playfully join Anakin and Ahsoka's game over who killed the most droids is a cute detail that adds to his character and makes his death a little sadder. Meanwhile, Plo Koon hits way different. This guy is super fleshed out in Clone Wars, probably because he's Dave Filoni's favorite. He has a special connection with Ahsoka as the one who found her and brought her to the temple, and he appears in a ton of episodes. It's actually really sad to see him die now, especially since he's the one who said that famous line about how clones aren't expendable to him. Speaking of which, the other key players in this scene are the clones. And at this point, I don't need to tell you that the clones are infinitely better fleshed out in Clone Wars than they are in the prequels. They all have individual personalities and aspirations, and they feel like actual characters rather than plot devices. Most importantly, they form bonds with their Jedi generals, which makes it all the more heartbreaking when they break those bonds and shoot the Jedi down. This is especially effective with Commander Cody, who we've gotten to see supporting Obi-Wan over the course of multiple episodes. It kinda stings that their relationship ends in heartbreak and attempted murder. But
exactly, it's so hard to feel something for somebody, right? Even though I was sad when I saw the scene, because I've seen it. Like, who hasn't seen it, bro? It hits more when you understand every character for who they are. So I get it. I get it.
At the same time, making the clones into such well-rounded and likable individuals throughout the first 5 seasons of Clone Wars kinda makes their betrayal make even less sense. If they're not mindless drones who obey every order without question, then why would they turn on the Jedi with zero hesitation? I pondered this for a while as a kid, but fortunately, the answer finally came in the Season 6 Inhibitor Chip arc. It's so hard to believe that arguably the most important Clone Wars arc in terms of its implications for the larger Star Wars canon almost didn't air because this was right when Disney took over and canceled the show.
Oh, god damn it.
Thank God they got to finish these episodes for release on Netflix, because this arc really changes everything.
People hate Disney already. That's what made it so much worse. The Clone Wars made you cry too many times.
I'm not going to get too into it because, again, Patrick and I are going to get to this arc when we cover Season 6. But basically, this storyline kicks off when Clone Trooper Tup suddenly shoots one of his Jedi generals. The Jedi and other clones are stunned by this, even though we as an audience can easily surmise that this is an accidental early instance of Order 66. And this is later explicitly confirmed within the arc. Tup is taken back to Kamino so the Kaminoans can run tests on him and discover the cause of his sudden urge to kill the Jedi. And by discover, I mean cover up. since the Kaminoans don't want the Jedi or the clones to know that the inhibitor chips placed inside of each clone's brain are meant to take away their free will and force them to carry out Order 66 when the time comes. Tup's chip malfunctioned and caused him to execute the order too early, but the Kaminoans are trying to claim that a virus caused Tup to go haywire. However, Tup's buddy Fives conducts his own investigation.
1 second. 1 sec, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. Sorry. People were just yapping and I didn't know what the fuck was happening.
And discovers that the inhibitor chips are inside of every clone.
Yeah.
He manages to remove his chip and requests an audience with the Supreme Chancellor to tell him all about the Kaminoans' manipulation. But it wasn't their manipulation. They were just following orders from Lord Tyrannus, aka Count Dooku, who was just following orders from Lord Sidious, aka the Chancellor.
Oh man, everybody was following orders. Of all time, you think so? You think so?
Oh no! Yeah, Palpatine and the Kaminoans successfully cover Five's discovery up by drugging him, causing him to go a little crazy, and then pretending he attacked Palpatine, thus making the Jedi believe that the clones will go violent and berserk without their inhibitor chips in. And ultimately, this arc ends in Five's tragic death, as he's gunned down by his own brothers. It's one of the greatest stories the Clone Wars ever told, with an unprecedented sense of eeriness to the proceedings because of its inevitable outcome. We know Fives' mission to warn the Jedi can't be successful, since Order 66 does eventually play out as Palpatine intended. So it's especially tragic to watch this story and see just how close the Jedi were to learning of Palpatine's plot. The existence of Order 66 at this point in the canon heightens the dramatic power of this arc, but the reverse is true even more so. This story does wonders to make Order 66 so much more compelling. By introducing the concept of the inhibitor chip, it reframes the clones as victims in Order 66. They never wanted to betray their Jedi generals, the heroes they fought alongside for years in battle after battle.
Before it was more like a choice, I feel like, which made it more sinister. And now they're victims that it wasn't their choice, it was against their will because of this chip and everything that happened.
Conflict after conflict. We've had 5 seasons worth of clones and Jedi working together and bonding. So to know it all gets thrown away in a heartbeat once Palpatine flips the switch in their brains that causes this massive betrayal is just beyond heartbreaking. This arc also enhances the disturbing power of Order 66 through the use of 2 recurring lines. The first one being, "Good soldiers follow orders." Tup keeps repeating this line before and after killing his Jedi general, and it's so alarmingly cold and robotic. He seems entirely entranced as he says it, unable to form any other thought.
We're able to see their humanity for so long, and then it gets to a point where all of that is flipped off. You don't really get to see it anymore. They're just, I don't want to say NPCs, right? But they're just following order. That's it.
That matters to him is the order, the directive to kill all Jedi that he needs to follow in order to be a good soldier. And this one line is so perfectly indicative of the horror of Order 66 from the clones' perspective. Their free will, their ability to think for themselves at all, has been snatched away in an instant. They've been reverted back to their original programming, which necessitates pure obedience to every order without question. It's a terrifying thought. The idea that these troopers we've grown to love over the course of this series were not only mere pawns in Sidious's quest for total galactic control, but completely unwitting pawns at that. Well, maybe not completely unwitting. The second recurring line in this arc is a reference to the mission, the nightmare in every clone's dreams. Tup speaks about it to Fives as he dies, and then Fives speaks about it to Rex during his own death. The revelation that the clones are all subconsciously aware of the order is gut-wrenching. Deep in the back of their minds, they know it's coming one day, but they're powerless to stop themselves from carrying it out. The only escape from executing Order 66 is death. Tup and Fives express relief at finally being free of the horrific nightmare, or rather, premonition of what their futures hold. If that doesn't bring a whole new angle of tragedy to Order 66, then I don't know.
It's just that they're stuck in a fucking nightmare, bro. They know it's gonna happen. Oh, that's cold. That is cold. Yeah, it's like mindless drones. All it took was a flip of a switch. Exactly. Plus they know that it's coming. They just don't know when it's gonna happen.
Know what does. It fits in so perfectly without retconning anything. We can watch this scene knowing that Cody never wanted to betray Obi-Wan and order him shot down. It was all the machinations of the chip. But like, yeah, we know that's what's going on in canon now, but we also know that that's not how this scene was originally filmed. The inhibitor chips didn't exist back when George initially wrote Revenge of the Sith, and even if that was his idea for why the clones betray the Jedi, it definitely doesn't come across at all in this movie.
Yeah.
You essentially need knowledge of the TV show that came out years after the fact to appreciate the full range of the tragedy at play here. And that's not ideal, I'm not
really.
Lie. Still, for years, Revenge of the Sith...
I think if it was the other way around, it would have been a lot better if the context was shown before the scene happened, because it would have been like the unspoken thing, right? Underlying, if you know kind of situation, but people didn't know. People didn't know.
Sith was all we had in terms of canon visual depictions of Order 66. Yeah. Like I said earlier, the Disney buyout resulted in the cancellation of Clone Wars before it could reach its intended conclusion. A depiction of Order 66 from the perspectives of Ahsoka and Captain Rex. Two characters invented for the Clone Wars show that didn't appear in Revenge of the Sith. But for many years following the airing of the Clone Wars' 6th and final season, we never got to see that unfold on screen. Season 6 dropped a bombshell on us in terms of the inner workings of Order 66, without the show ever getting a chance to portray the event itself on its own terms, in a post-inhibitor chip canon. The idea of ever seeing new depictions of this tragic moment seemed entirely implausible. Thanks in no small part to the franchise's new corporate overlords appearing to shun all prequel content in favor of hardcore pandering to the original trilogy. It seemed like the end of Order 66's story. Until it wasn't. Call it an altruistic miracle.
Hallelujah.
Call it Disney finally waking up and realizing that prequel nostalgia pandering was just as lucrative as original trilogy nostalgia pandering. But whatever the reason, Disney announced that the Clone Wars would be given one last season, and in it, a chance to finally conclude with its intended final arc, depicting the Siege of Mandalore and Order 66. Like most Clone Wars fans, I was ecstatic. But little did I know that this announcement was just the first piece of what would become a renaissance of Order 66 content.
I can only imagine just how happy the Star Wars community would have been. Like, holy shit, that would be me when Hogwarts Legacy comes out with the second game. I get you guys, man, I get you guys. This is like witnessing Jesus coming down to Earth for the second time. I get it, man.
And in fact, there was one other visual Disney-era depiction of Order 66 that came out beforehand. But before we talk about all this heavy stuff, let's take a break to talk about websites. You know, the thing Fives could have used to publish his findings about the inhibitor chip in order to stop Order 66 before it started. That's the power of websites, baby. And you can make your own using Squarespace. Squarespace is a fantastic, intuitive, online website builder that allows you to create beautiful websites for your business or personal hobby. Present your work using Squarespace's professional portfolio designs. Display projects in customizable galleries and add password-protected pages to share private works with clients. You can even present your videos from YouTube, Vimeo, and Animoto on your Squarespace site. Add an image overlay to your video to improve your website's load speed by waiting to embed video players until playback starts. Every design automatically includes a unique mobile presence that matches the overall style of your website, so your content will look great on every device, every time. And if you don't want that, you can always disable the mobile view from Website Manager. Buying a domain from Squarespace is so simple because there are no hidden fees or price hikes. Each domain comes with an ad-free parking page and free WHOIS privacy on eligible domains. Squarespace sells over 200 top-level domains, so you can find the perfect name for your website. Choose a URL that ends in .com, .net, .org, or you can always get a more specific one like .art if you want to be fancy. If you're ready to share your passions or promote your business with the rest of the world, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to squarespace.com/ShayFrillis to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Jedi Fallen Order is a game where you play as Cal Kestis, a former Jedi Padawan who's gone into hiding in the 5 years following the Jedi Purge. It's a pretty good game. I played it when it first came out and I really enjoyed it. Throughout the game, you occasionally flash back to your training with your Jedi Master. And I didn't really think anything of it. I was like, oh, okay, that's a cute little flashback. Didn't seem necessary, but it was nice, I guess. Eventually, you get to this one flashback where you're vibing with the clones on the way to your training. It's cute to see Cal being friends with these guys. One of them even gives you a high five. How wholesome. Aww. You complete your training and make your way to your master, where everything seems A-okay. And then it happens.
Go. Oh, goddamn. Oh, goddamn it.
Master, are you okay?
I actually gasped when I saw this part. It was obvious they were building up to this with the flashback scenes in hindsight, but somehow this just threw me entirely for a loop when I first played this. I saw these flashbacks as a chance to get some temporary relief from the horrors of Cal's current reality. But of course that didn't last. We all knew going into this game that it wouldn't. And yet, I never would have expected this game to suddenly throw me into the shoes of a young Padawan having to escape Order 66. In my opinion, this sequence is not only the best part of the game, but a far more compelling depiction of Order 66 than what Revenge of the Sith offered.
That's so sick though. This makes me want to play it. It came out in 2019? How much does it cost? Jedi Master, hi.
Part of that is due to the interactivity of it all, but you also have to give credit to the way it was built up to and framed. By making it clear that the clones are Cal's friends, it makes their betrayal sting all the harder. And by planting Sidious's hologram in the background of the scene, it better puts you into the shoes of these bewildered Jedi. Jaro Tapal is having a terrifying vision, and Cal is concerned if his master is okay. Neither of them even notice that Palpatine's order is what initiated this. It perfectly reflects just how out of nowhere the whole situation was for the...
It was such a normal day, everybody getting along with each other. Granted, they're most likely friends with each other, and then out of nowhere it just goes to shit.
Jedi. Running through the halls of the ship in constant fear of the clones catching you.
Oh, dude, that would be so scary. Are you kidding? You just saw people getting murdered, you're running, you're trying to be... You don't even know who to trust at this point. You're just trying to live.
As you hear John Williams' brilliant Order 66 score playing over everything, is just such an indescribable feeling. It's made even more potent by the fact that we got to know Cal over the course of the game, heightening the emotional investment of his urgent escape even more. In the end, his master is shot down, dying right before him as one of the best music tracks from Revenge of the Sith, Anakin's Dark Deeds, plays. It's such a tremendously powerful sequence, even if Cal's scream at the end is a little bit silly. So yeah.
Hey man, he's grieving. You be nice. He's grieving.
Between its build-up, framing, and unprecedented level of emotional investment, this was pretty much the best canon interpretation of Order 66. For about 6 months or so.
I love how there's so many different variations, including in a game. Fuck yeah, I want to play the game. That's crazy. I get to live out Order 66 and grieve.
The final arc of Clone Wars is a masterpiece. One of the greatest Star Wars stories of all time. It flawlessly manages to simultaneously serve as a sequel to 3 of the show's greatest storylines. Maul's takeover of Mandalore, Ahsoka's expulsion from the Jedi Order, and our previous topic of discussion in this video, the inhibitor chip mystery. We all knew going in that this arc would overlap with the events of Revenge of the Sith, and they make this fact explicitly clear multiple times throughout these episodes. It's obvious throughout this siege of Mandalore, where Ahsoka's leading troops in an effort to capture Maul and free Mandalore from his influence, that these are indeed the end times. Throughout the second episode in this arc, Maul appears to be in constant fear of something. Some sort of major shift in the power dynamic.
Well, there's so many Jedi, so of course there will be different point of views, and I love it. I love it so much. Holy. Just experiencing all of the different ones. And I would say for the game, it's like first hand, right? You're playing as one, so it makes sense.
Dynamics of the galaxy that ties back to Darth Sidious.
Ah,
we know
this
what he's
motherfucker.
talking about, but Ahsoka and her allies don't. And that's one of the many reasons this arc is so potent. Because not only do we know that Order 66 is going to happen sooner or later, but also, it's an event so horrifying that it has Maul, of all characters, constantly on edge. This seemingly fearless, ruthless Sith Lord is terrified out of his mind over what Sidious has in store. So much so that after being bested by Ahsoka in combat, he begs her to let him die, screaming hysterically at her and the clones. Maul is finally captured, but nothing about the following proceedings are celebratory. The tension at the beginning of the third episode in this arc is so palpable. We got this eerie, haunting music.
Bro, as a Sith, you're just like, kill me. This is too much for me. Just like, let me go. That is horrifying.
Paired up with these incredibly long takes. And throughout it all, you just can't look away. You keep thinking, is this gonna be the moment it finally happens? More than anything, this is an episode that knows exactly what it has in terms of its story content and uses brilliant directorial techniques to keep you on the edge of your seat throughout the first 10 minutes. Ahsoka and Rex have a brief conversation reflecting on the war and how despite all the horror and heartbreak it caused, at least it allowed the clones to exist and for Rex and Ahsoka to be friends. And it's like, fuck, man, we know what's coming. The build-up here is even more heartbreaking than it was in Jedi Fallen Order, because in that case, we only just got to know Cal, and we don't know the clones that betrayed his trust.
5 minutes more and, oh man.
But here, we've had a whole series getting to know Ahsoka and Rex. We know what they've been through together. We know how much they trust each other. And yes, due to the existence of Star Wars Rebels, we know it ultimately will work out for them in the end. But that doesn't lessen the supreme power of this one paradigm-shifting moment.
Execute Order 66.
The way Rex's pupils dilate, as if he's been possessed. The way he shakes and drops his helmet to the ground. The way he resists the chip's programming just long enough to tell Ahsoka to find fives and uncover the truth. All of this done with no music. Just eerie silence before the chip finally forces him to shoot, resulting in the same blaring tragic music we heard as Cal mourned his master. The track Anakin's Dark Deeds has become somewhat of an anthem for this terrifying event, and it's a perfect encapsulation of the pure horror felt by everyone involved.
This scene had my eyes watered up. It's so, oh man. I love and hate when a piece of media does this, where they show such a deep connection, a deep bond, and then they put the two people in a situation where they gotta, you know, one has to kill the other type of situation. It's so brutal, especially when they don't want to do it. It's so brutal. Because at least, like, if one of them betrays the other and they wanted to do it, a part of you will be like, oh, what a dickhead. But there's nobody to blame in this other than, you know.
While Revenge of the Sith portrayed Order 66 and then swiftly moved along to cover Palpatine's declaration of the Empire and the conclusion of Anakin's fall, these two final Clone Wars episodes are allowed to fully focus on Order 66 and allow it to hold even greater dramatic weight than ever before. After Ahsoka learns the truth, she captures Rex and removes his inhibitor chip, meaning we not only get a Jedi's reaction to this event, but a freed clone's as well. And seeing such a stoic and strong character like Rex cry at the thought of having to kill his brothers is just brutal. That's not even mentioning how the animation on the clones is specifically designed to be more robotic once the chip kicks in, or the insane dramatic irony of the helmets depicting Ahsoka's markings now belonging to unwitting, mindless drones forced to shoot her down. The final episode also makes surviving Order 66 look like the near impossible feat that it was in canon. Like, by comparison, it makes it seem like Obi-Wan and Yoda's clones didn't really try that hard to take them out. No one could have survived that fall, my ass. Now, I don't want to take the original scene too much. It's good, and it laid the groundwork for all Order 66 content we have now. But
blame Mr. Paulsack for face. I needed that. I needed that. I won't even lie. I was tearing up. I needed that. Holy shit.
Everything about the final 2 episodes of Clone Wars speaks to a true evolution of the directorial and storytelling capabilities of Order 66. Everything from the slow, methodical, tension-filled buildup, to the raw power of the moment it finally happens, to the ensuing nail-biting escape, and ultimately, the supremely tragic aftermath.
Fuck off.
The burial of these heroes.
Oh, man.
Who became victims of a cruel plot in their last moments. This arc serves as one of the greatest series finales ever made, while also doing full justice to the concept of Order 66. That's where I figure the depictions of this event would end.
Did we have to show that scene? I'm trying to suck my tears back up, bro. Whoa! Fucking hell. That's brutal.
But little did I know, there was still more to come. The first episode of the Clone Wars spin-off show, The Bad Batch, opens in the same way any Clone Wars episode would, with exciting narration introducing us to the context of the battle we're about to see. It's a simple clones versus droids skirmish with Master Depa Billaba and her Padawan Caleb commanding the clones. Hey, he looks familiar, I wonder where he's from. Anyway, the Bad Batch come in to wreck shit up, and all is well. Except, the opening narration made it clear that we're in Revenge of the Sith territory timeline-wise. And so, once again, we get to see Order 66 depicted. This time from the perspective of Kanan Jarrus. And once again, it starts with sheer silence when the order is given, before transitioning to dramatic music once Kanan realizes what's going on. We hear certain parts of Anakin's dark deeds mixed in with a new score. Or maybe it's a returning score from Rebels, I honestly wouldn't know, I never finished it. But ultimately, Billaba is shot down as Kanan runs off. Now, this depiction of this scene is different from a comic that previously portrayed it, which is weird, and I kinda like the comic version a bit better, but I also just wanted to stick to the main visual interpretations of Order 66 for this video. Ultimately, both versions of how this scene went down are great, and enhance the scenes in Rebels where Kanan has to be reminded of Order 66, and all the pain, betrayal, and heartbreak he felt. Back to the Bad Batch. They're, oddly enough, just as confused as the Jedi. They don't know what Order 66 means, and they want to go help Kanan. Except for Crosshair, who fires at Kanan and repeats those chilling words, "Good soldiers follow orders." It's such a potent way to reveal that Crosshair's inhibitor chip is actually working, even while the rest of the Bad Batch's chips seem to be broken. After Kanan manages to escape thanks to Hunter covering for him, the Bad Batch is called back to Kamino, where they notice all the clones acting strange, cold, robotic. The Bad Batch try to make sense.
This is such a cool perspective, though. This is a really, really cool perspective, that their chips didn't work. And they're around all of them, you know? Not being shot, at least, but having to deal with them being super cold and weird.
Of why the clones turned on Master Billaba. And I find this conversation so compelling because it's our first glimpse at how clone troopers, with their original personalities and values before the inhibitor chip wipes those out, would react to Order 66. I'm sure any of the other clones we met over the course of the previous series would have similar conversations if their programming allowed for it.
Like, even though you can't see their face, the way they carry themselves and help others around them is what causes me to feel a level of empathy for this situation. Of
course, of the previous series would have similar conversations if their programming allowed for it. But of course, it doesn't. And that's what Tech correctly theorizes is the reason for the clones' sudden betrayal and robotic nature. Programming the Kaminoans performed on them that doesn't affect the Bad Batch because of their unique enhancements. And yet, it still managed to affect Crosshair, who continues to argue that Hunter let Kanan escape, and that they should have just followed orders without questioning them. It makes for such a compelling conflict between a half-brainwashed clone and his non-brainwashed comrades. Again, a whole new angle to view Order 66 from. That's about it in terms of discussing the Bad Batch. The inhibitor chips do have lasting consequences in later episodes, but we pretty much covered everything surrounding Order 66 in this show. Anyway, that seems like it should be it in terms of modern Order 66 interpretation.
It's not, is it? Because we still have, 3 minutes?
Right? No, idiot. We have to talk about everyone's favorite show. The Book of Boba Fett features an entire episode mostly dedicated to Luke Skywalker.
Let's all just follow order. Also, hi, Punchy from YouTube. Hello. Hello, welcome in.
Skywalker training baby Yoda. If that doesn't tell you what a gigantic clusterfuck this show was, I don't know what will. But this episode features a flashback Grogu has to Order 66. There's not really a whole lot to say here. It's just clones shooting Jedi from Grogu's perspective. It's interesting to see how he suppressed this traumatic memory for so many years. And I feel like we might see more of—
Oh man, he's so precious. I feel so bad. He could wipe me in seconds, right? But I feel so bad. He's so precious. Thank you for the lurking. Good night.
this flashback in the future, since we still don't know who saved him from the Jedi Temple. So I guess that's an indication that new interpretations of Order 66 are gonna keep coming out. We've had 4 in the past 4 years, and the more new Star Wars stories get told, the more angles we'll potentially get to see for this paradigm-shifting event.
I love how this one event is shown from so many different perspectives, and every time it's just like, it's good. It's so good. Man.
So now let's bookend things and return to that original scene from Revenge of the Sith. It's still the same scene as it was back in 2005, but it really does feel much more meaningful and significant these days. Now when I watch it, I'm invested in the characters dying and the ones being forced to carry out the order. Plus, I not only see the Jedi on screen, but I picture Ahsoka, Cal, Kanan, Grogu, Rex, Jesse, all the new characters we've grown to love over the years since this movie came out, who all suffered at the exact same time. Don't get me wrong. All this supplemental material enhancing the story being told in this movie doesn't automatically make the movie itself better. But it does make the viewing experience better and more impactful.
It does.
And I can't help but get emotional with this scene nowadays. I mean, it's a well-constructed scene, even if you hate the movie overall and you don't have the context for all the new Order 66 material. The cinematography and editing are really strong. Beautiful. The music is beyond phenomenal. It's a good, strong scene. Definitely not the best depiction of Order 66 in the entire series, but it did the extremely important job of laying the groundwork for some of the most amazing scenes and stories in all of Star Wars. It took a while for this moment to reach its full dramatic potential, but it was absolutely—
it was worth 1000%
worth it in the end. And like I said, this might not even be the end for Order 66. I can't wait to see what other horrific, compelling depictions of it we'll get in the future.
I hope more.
Anyway, if you enjoyed this video and want more Revenge of the Sith content, I'm also releasing a long-ass YouTube poop of the movie and its supplemental material today on my second channel, Shave Classic.
Type shit. Oh yeah, by the way, this Order 66 video could make you cry, so bring some tissues. Figured out one you ahead of time. You can thank me later. Don't worry, it had me tearing up quite a lot, so don't worry.
Self-destruct has been activated.
Oh.
Revenge of the Senate 4, baby. Only took 4 years to make. Go check it out if you want. Good night, Tri-State Galaxy.
W, thank you for the video, I appreciate it. Obviously, the original will be linked in the description below. Thank you guys again for recommending this. Big thank you. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Gee, bro. How long have I streamed for? A while. I've streamed for a while. Yes. Boop. A hot while. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Oh, shit.
Almost reached 10,000. Let's go. By the way, I joined your membership on YouTube now too, so now I'm double supporting the homie.
Oh, Paul, thank you for the 1,000 bits. And thank you so much for becoming a channel member. It means the world. Thank you. What the hell? Was that the end of the video? It was the end, baby. It was the end. Ah. He made another video? Hold up. We got time for another. I thought we were already like 4 hours into the stream. I didn't realize it was 3 hours. I thought we only had time for one more. Hold up. CJ the Champ. CJ. He came out with another video. Oh, 11 days ago. Yeah, that's sick. Good night, Kim. Sleep well. Thank you again for the recommendation. Thank you! Too late. Wait. Yeah, apparently, for some reason, I thought I was like 3 hours in, an hour ago. That's wild. Bro, maybe I am getting old. I lost track of time and everything. But I'll watch more. I'll watch more. Da-da. There we go. Good shit. Hella great Star Wars books. Yeah. No, there are. There are. I'm getting my friend's login. Sorry, I'm yawning. I'm getting my friend's login, and I'm gonna be watching Star Wars on his account. Yeah, I'll watch that next. It's only 48 minutes, so we can get that done. It'll be good. It'll be good. Ooh. Cool, cool, cool. I'll do what I can, but I do appreciate you guys recommending it in the server, just because it does make it easier for me to, and for Snow, go back to make the list and stick to it. I'll get them done as quickly as I can, but obviously there's a lot of content that I'm covering, including 40k Fallout Star Wars, so bear with me, alright? Bear with me. And thank you for the follow! Alrighty, welcome back, dickheads. We are watching the entire story of Darth Maul, A Life of Pain. This is a slightly longer video, so go get some snacks, alright? Go get your gamer subs, code EEB in the description below, and let's get started.
Darth Maul wasn't born as the evil Sith Lord we know him as, because it was a life of pain that shaped his dark character. Maul grew up on Dathomir, where the Night Sisters ruled. The young boy lived peacefully among his people, developing his unusually strong connection to the Force. His mother, Talzin, leader of the Night Sisters, loved him deeply and saw great potential in her son's abilities. But his story took a devastating turn when he caught the attention of Darth Sidious. Sidious had been searching the galaxy for Force-sensitive children to turn into Sith weapons. When he discovered Maul on Dathomir, he knew he had found exactly what he needed. Sidious approached Mother Talzin with false promises, claiming she would become his right hand, his most trusted ally.
Classic Sith manipulation.
In his new galactic order. Talzin believed him because she wanted power for her people. However, this trust would cost her everything. In reality, Sidious had come for one thing, her son. He kidnapped Maul and took him far from Dathomir, leaving his mother heartbroken and furious. Sidious spent years breaking down Maul's mind and rebuilding it with pure hatred. He shattered the boy's mind, drowning any remaining innocence in pain and rage. Through endless brutal training, he turned an innocent child into a killing machine designed for one purpose, destroying the Jedi. Maul's transformation was about to begin, and it would change galactic history forever.
It's always really sad just learning about the backstory, which is why I have so much sympathy and empathy for the Sith. You know, granted, on paper, yes, they're bad guys, but I just feel bad about the things that led them to this point.
That's exactly why I've gone through all the canon sources to bring you his complete story.
Legend.
Apprentice of Sidious.
Yep.
After years of brutal trials, Maul's lightsaber training finally began. Sidious drilled him in combat with Marksman H training remotes, forcing him to fight multiple opponents at once.
We need more game movies and shows on the Sith. Villains are better. I definitely agree that their storyline is a lot more complex, which is what makes it so meaningful in a lot of ways. So seeing that would be awesome. Yeah, a game where you get to be a Sith Lord would be fucking sick. Are you kidding?
Sharpen his agility, Maul also battled combat droids and beasts, each encounter designed to break his limits. Every lesson reinforced the Sith doctrine that only through struggle and pain could true power be forged. Ultimately, Maul constructed a double-bladed lightsaber, a weapon unlike any seen in generations. Forged during his training, it became his signature armament, designed to overwhelm multiple opponents at once. The saber staff embodied not only his ferocity, but also the Sith's belief that intimidation and fear were weapons as powerful as the blade itself. But Sidious's training went far beyond combat. He spent years breaking down the boy's mind and body, then rebuilding him with pure hatred. The Sith Lord subjected Maul to constant physical and mental torture, convinced that only through endless pain could his apprentice reach his full potential as a weapon. Every lesson was an ordeal, and failure brought punishment so severe that they pushed Maul to the brink of death.
As easy as it would be to hate him, like after going through all of this, I would have joined the dark side too. I wouldn't have been able to, you know, find the kindness in my heart to forgive the people that did this to me. I would take that anger out on others. Yeah, I get it, man.
First, Sidious broke him down completely. He subjected Maul to grueling physical trials, often abandoning him in deadly conditions where he had to survive through the dark side alone. These ordeals taught him to embrace anger and fear as sources of strength rather than weaknesses. But this was just the beginning of Sidious's plan to create the perfect weapon. Next, the Sith Lord taught him that Jedi philosophy was built on lies and weakness. Instead, he instilled in him that the dark side offered unlimited power to those brave enough to accept its gifts, while the light side's restrictions led only to defeat and destruction. These lessons became the foundation of Maul's worldview and fueled his growing hatred for everything the Jedi represented. Then, Sidious physically conditioned his apprentice by forcing him to fight increasingly dangerous opponents, wild beasts, trained warriors, and combat droids programmed with lethal routines. Each battle pushed his abilities further, teaching him to find strength in desperation. Yet, despite his victories, Maul began sensing that no amount of violence could fill the emptiness growing within him. Beyond combat, Sidious educated Maul in Sith philosophy and galactic politics. The apprentice learned of the ancient war between Jedi and Sith and came to understand his place in a 1,000-year plan for revenge. He endured constant pain and humiliation while being dispatched on missions to hunt pirates and criminals, feeding his rage without revealing the Sith's return too soon. Yet, something unexpected was growing inside Maul, an obsession that would soon consume him. Maul became...
That seems to be the pattern with a lot of Sith Lords, is obsession, rage, and physical and emotional pain that just drives them.
Became fixated on the Jedi. Their calm serenity filled him with fury, which he mistook for arrogance and weakness. He believed...
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't? You've been tortured for how long? And if you saw someone that was just like calm, chill, whatever, it would piss you off to an extent, you know? It's so common to see that behavior in the people around us that have gone through a lot of shit. But, you know, man. Maul wakes up every day choosing violence, pretty much.
That killing one of their peacekeepers would prove his worth to his master and fill the void within his soul. Because of his impatience, Sidious frequently warned him that the grand plan required secrecy, and Maul's bloodlust could expose them before the time was right. Unexpectedly, fate intervened through the underworld networks Maul had been cultivating. During an encounter with a pirate, he learned that a Jedi Padawan had been captured and would be auctioned to the highest bidder on a remote space station. Against his master's explicit orders, Maul traveled to Zev Zrex's facility orbiting a barren moon, determined to finally face a Jedi in combat. The auction featured Eldra Kaitis, a young Twi'lek Padawan whose transport had been shot down by raiders. Her presence among the galaxy's worst criminals filled Maul with anticipation. Unable to buy her directly, he hired bounty hunters Cad Bane, Aura Singh, and Vordelio to help stage an ambush. After she was sold, the group struck her new owner's ship, freeing Eldra and igniting chaos across the station. Just then, Zev activated her failsafe, triggering the station's self-destruct. The survivors crashed onto the nearby moon.
There were survivors? Jesus!
Where the auction guests hunted their prize through barren canyons. For survival, Maul and Eldra formed a reluctant alliance, fighting side by side despite their completely conflicting beliefs. This alliance would test everything Sidious had taught him about the nature of the Force.
Yeah, because it goes against everything that he knew. He wanted to kill her. Y'all are trapped here with me pretty much. But the fact they had to work together, that's so cool. What the fuck?
When they defeated the pursuers, Eldra challenged him to single combat, determined to prevent his rise before he could cause greater harm. The duel
Yeah.
showcased their opposing philosophies. Eldra fought defensively, seeking to disarm and reason, while Maul attacked with relentless aggression, drawing upon his rage. She then tricked him by throwing her lightsaber at a rock behind him, causing rubble to bury him. Yet Maul's training and raw power proved decisive. As the Jedi turned to leave, her enemy emerged and struck her with his blade, marking his first Jedi kill. The moment of victory brought none of the satisfaction he expected. Maul found the victory strangely hollow, realizing that one Jedi's death did not quench his rage.
I wonder if he saw that moment as, one Jedi died, I need to kill more because one wasn't enough.
When he returned to Coruscant, he was unsettled to find Sidious already knew of the slain Padawan. Maul braced for punishment, believing he had failed his master's trial.
I mean, but he did what Sith do, which is betray. So I wouldn't think he'd be mad. He acted like a Sith. He was given an order. If he had accepted it and not done anything, he would have been more Jedi than Sith.
Instead, the Dark Lord was pleased by his strength, but made it clear that a single kill meant nothing. Only the eventual extinction of the Jedi Order would bring true fulfillment. This revelation would change everything about how Maul saw his purpose. For the apprentice, this was a major turning point, realizing that his hatred ran deeper than simple bloodlust, and Eldra's death taught him that external victories could never heal his inner void. In secret, he formed a criminal gang, adopting Eldra's name as an alias to hone his predatory skills. This Kitus cartel enabled him to kill a Force-sensitive thief named Zek Pero, using him as practice for hunting actual Jedi. Not long after, Sidious took him to the ancient battlefield of Malachor, where a great battle between Jedi and Sith had once taken place. Sidious forced Maul to breathe in the ashes of fallen Sith warriors, slain when an ancient weapon had been activated in the Sith temple. Inhaling these ashes, Maul became overcome by visions, an alternate life as a Jedi protector, serving others rather than dominating them. Horrified by this vision, he slaughtered the family he was meant to protect, proving his rejection of the light was absolute. The experience confirmed his path completely. He was fully committed to the dark side. Upon witnessing the outcome of this final test at Malachor, Sidious realized that his apprentice was ready, devoted entirely to their cause with unwavering loyalty. Years of brutal conditioning had concluded, and Maul stood prepared for whatever came next. Even though his existence remained unknown to the Jedi, his master decided that they would learn the truth. The Sith had returned, and their opening strike would come through the blade of Darth Maul. Phantom Menace. After years hidden in the shadow, the Sith finally emerged from exile to strike at the heart of the Republic.
Oh, that's so sick, though. I mean, say what you will, that's a really cool entrance. Yeah, literally Aura Farm. That's so cool.
Darth Sidious set his grand plan in motion, using the Trade Federation's blockade of Naboo as the opening move in a campaign designed to destroy the Jedi Order and reshape the galaxy. For Darth Maul, this crisis was everything he had trained for, the chance to confront the Jedi openly and prove the dark side's supremacy. The blockade provided Sidious the political crisis he needed to advance his secret identity as Senator Palpatine toward the position of Supreme Chancellor. When the Jedi Council dispatched Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi to negotiate with Viceroy Newt Gunray, Sidious ordered his apprentice on a public mission for the first time. Maul's orders were precise.
Dude, I'm so excited. A public mission, he finally gets to go out. Again, I know he's the bad guy, right? But like, the people get to see the bad guy for the first time. That's cool. What?
Locate Queen Amidala and eliminate any Jedi who interfered with the invasion of Naboo. This would be Maul's first true test against the enemies he had obsessed over for years. Tracking the Queen's damaged ship, Maul deployed Sith probe droids across the settlements of Tatooine. The trail led him to the outskirts of Mos Espa, where the vessel had landed for emergency repairs. Vaulting onto his speeder, bloodfin, he tore across the desert. Every second brought him
That's so
closer to
cool.
the confrontation he had envisioned for over a decade, and he felt his anticipation and rage fuse into a single burning focus. Soon after, the encounter came as Qui-Gon escorted young Anakin Skywalker
Yeah, I was
back
gonna
from
say, that looks like Anakin. Dude, you know what's one thing I love about Star Wars is seeing all of these insanely, I don't want to say historical, is that the right word? Popular? Not even that. Legendary characters interact with each other. I love that so much. Like, when I first saw that, it blew my mind. Holy fuck. Now, it's the same feeling every single time. Because these characters are so insane. They're legendary. And the fact that there's, like, multiple legends interacting with each other. Ah!
city. Without warning, Maul ignited his lightsaber, the crimson glow slicing through the Tatooine dusk. Qui-Gon met him in a desperate defensive battle, dodging and deflecting with skill honed over decades. Maul's aggression, honed through years of pain and hatred, pressed the Jedi relentlessly, forcing him across sand and rock with no room to breathe. Qui-Gon eventually reached the ship and escaped with Anakin, but the damage had already been done. For the first time in a millennium, the Sith had revealed themselves to the Jedi. Meanwhile,
they're back.
Qui-Gon reported to the Council that an ancient enemy had returned to threaten the Republic. But this confrontation was only the opening act in Sidious's elaborate plan. The political stage continued to shift as Queen Amidala traveled to Coruscant, where Palpatine convinced her to call for a vote of no confidence against Supreme Chancellor Valorum. Once the motion passed, Palpatine was elevated closer to the chancellorship. After that, Amidala returned to Naboo, ready to lead the liberation of her homeworld.
It's still so crazy to me how, like, how well they blended in with the common folks, you know? Like, the good guys. They were right there. They were right there. The whole time, they were just chilling.
Meanwhile, Maul positioned himself in the Theed Royal Palace, studying its corridors, stairways, and expansive hangar bays to use them as his strategy. When Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan infiltrated the palace to aid Amidala's assault, they found the Sith apprentice waiting for them. Finally, the moment Maul had anticipated for years had arrived.
Oh my god, bro. If I was at the cinema watching this, I would have been screaming. I would have been screaming. The only reason I'm not is because I'm at home and we have people home and they're gonna beat my ass if I scream. So...
Duel of the Fates began with Maul's double-bladed lightsaber moving with lethal precision, striking at both Jedi simultaneously. He drove them through the generator complex.
Double blades had everyone tweaking. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Splitting their focus and
Goddamn!
Qui-Gon to face him alone. Exploiting this moment, Maul struck. His blade
Ooh.
pierced the Jedi Master's torso, delivering a wound that would forever alter the galaxy's future. Victory, however, came at a cost Maul had not foreseen. Driven by grief and rage, Obi-Wan retaliated. His emotions broke Jedi teachings, but granted him access to power Maul had never anticipated. During their duel, the apprentice disarmed Obi-Wan and prepared the finishing blow, fully confident in his victory. But the Padawan's resourcefulness, combined with his connection to the Force, allowed him to summon Qui-Gon's fallen lightsaber in a fluid motion. The blade struck true, bisecting Maul and sending his body tumbling into the reactor shaft.
Holy
As Qui-Gon
shit.
died, Maul
Whoa.
and sending his body tumbling into the reactor shaft.
That is so creepy. That is so creepy. You actually saw this at the theater when it came out. It was amazing. I am so jealous of you. Being able to experience this with everybody for the first time in a theater. Holy. Bro, that just like when the doors opened and Maul was standing there, I don't know how people didn't just start screaming. I would have been screaming my head off. Like, again, bad guy, I'm aware. Holy shit, though. Hi, Space. Welcome in. You were 3. It came out in 2005, right? I would have been 5. What year did it come out in again? Sorry? Everybody loved it. You were like 7 when it came out. I'm just trying to figure out. Episode 1, 1999. Bro, I wasn't even born. 1999. Wasn't even born. 2005? I was 8. 2005, I was 5. Yeah, bro, I did not exist to experience this. Oh my god.
As Qui-Gon died in Obi-Wan's arms, he entrusted the boy Anakin Skywalker to the Padawan's care. Determined to honor his master's last wish, Obi-Wan vowed to train Anakin, even without the Council's approval if necessary. The Council, though wary of Anakin's age and attachments, ultimately granted their consent. On the other hand, Master Yoda reflected on the Sith's adherence to the Rule of Two, aware that another Sith Lord remained hidden in the shadows. Maul's apparent death marked a moment of triumph for Sidious. The
death. I'm guessing it's in quotation marks. Death.
Sith had returned and struck from the shadows. Yet the galaxy's belief in his demise was mistaken. The apprentice's fall began a transformation that would shape him into something far more dangerous than even Sidious had intended. In the darkness of the reactor shaft, Maul's hatred festered, unbroken and unyielding. Every injury, every moment of betrayal and loss fed a singular, all-consuming desire. Revenge.
He's too angry to die.
That raw fury, honed over years of Sith training and sharpened by failure, would not remain buried. From the abyss, Maul would rise again, fundamentally changed, driven by the obsessions that would terrorize the galaxy and challenge even his master's carefully laid plans.
Yeah, and then he died. Checks video time. He's so cool, man. He's so cool. Oh my god. I'm getting access to my friend's account so I can watch Star Wars. Because I was like, dude, I can't afford to get, like, Prime at the moment. Because I haven't been paid. And my friend was like, I got you. Here's my account. Watch. I was like, dude, I'm so excited. I'm so... Oh my god, you have no idea. Too angry to die is the funniest Sith ability. Oh, dude, I love it.
Broken survivor. Death proved insufficient to contain Darth Maul's hatred. His bisected body plummeted down the reactor shaft.
Dude, he was a D1 hater. You cannot contain the OG D1 hater at all.
And into the depths of Naboo's machinery, where chance carried him into a garbage chute and away from certain death. The broken remains of the Sith apprentice were eventually dumped on the junk world of Lothal Minor. Amid mountains of twisted scrap and toxic wastelands, Maul began a grim transformation fueled by rage and an unbreakable will to survive. Though his lower body was gone, the dark side kept him alive through sheer force of will. Maul clung to life in ways that should have been impossible. He pieced together crude cybernetic legs from discarded droid parts. Though every step was an agony, the jagged legs allowed him to move.
What isn't an agony for Sith, okay? They're always an agony. It's just another source of power for them.
Still, the suffering only deepened his connection to the dark side and fed the anger that sustained him through years of isolation.
I'm so happy.
But survival came at a devastating cost to his
Holy
mind.
shit.
The solitude of Lothal Minor carried its own torment. Maul's memories twisted under the weight of trauma and endless isolation. He descended into madness, consumed by an obsession with Obi-Wan Kenobi that grew stronger each day. In a place filled with rusting metal, he ranted to no one, replaying the duel in endless cycles. Time lost all meaning.
He was obsessed.
As his thoughts fractured between rage and despair. Little remained of the disciplined apprentice Sidious once forged.
I mean, but in a way, right? That craziness that he's experiencing, blind rage, you would call it, it's just more power.
While Maul suffered, the galaxy was reshaped by war. Even before the Clone Wars erupted, Mother Talzin had set a plan for revenge in motion against those who had wronged her. When Count Dooku sought a new apprentice after dismissing Asajj Ventress, she offered him Savage Opress, a Night Brother whom she transformed with dark magic into a formidable warrior. Her true plan was vengeance against Dooku, using Savage as the instrument of his downfall. Only later would she see Maul's return as a chance to challenge Sidious himself. Savage served Dooku briefly, but his true mission was revealed when he attempted to kill his master. After Savage betrayed Dooku and fled back to Dathomir, Talzin revealed that her firstborn son, Maul, had survived. She tasked Savage with finding his lost brother, setting in motion a quest that would unfold while tragedy struck their homeland. However, Talzin's gambit came at a devastating cost. Count Dooku, harboring resentment over the Night Sisters' betrayal and Savage's attempt on his life, commanded General Grievous to eradicate them entirely. The Separatist attack came during Ventress's return to rejoin her sisters, when she underwent the initiation ritual to become a full Night Sister once more. The battle was devastating. The Night Sisters mounted fierce resistance under Ventress's leadership, but Grievous deployed defoliator tanks to annihilate them in one overwhelming stroke. Mother Talzin called upon Old Daka, the Order's venerable elder, to raise an army of the dead through ancient dark magic. The burial pods cracked open as deceased Night Sisters rose to join their living sisters in battle. Talzin used a lock of Dooku's hair to create a voodoo figurine, tormenting him through dark sorcery, while Ventress dueled Grievous among the chaos. Despite her—
Dude, Grievous? Holy insane. Like, I watched a video on him before. Jesus Beyblade. He is insane.
Her skill, the cyborg general proved too cunning. He tracked down the source of Talzin's magic and killed Old Daka first, disrupting the resurrection spell. Without reinforcements, the remaining Night Sisters were systematically slaughtered. Before Grievous could execute her, Talzin transformed into smoke and vanished, leaving only a spectral apparition to encourage Ventress before dissipating. The Night Sisters were extinct, their ancient power broken, their sacred homeland left in ruins. Talzin survived, but only as a weakened spirit, her physical form destroyed. Savage's search would ultimately lead to a reunion that reshaped the underworld. As Savage's quest stretched across forgotten corners of the galaxy, he traced leads through cantinas and criminal networks. Finally, the trail led him to Lotho Minor. In the toxic alleys of the junk world, Savage found the Sith reduced to a half-mad creature. Crude cybernetics twisted his body, while his mind had been shattered by years of torment and isolation. The reunion was as tragic as it was remarkable. Maul recognized Savage, but could scarcely separate memory from reality. His broken mind repeated the same words again and again. The Jedi. Rage and obsession had replaced reason, leaving him a shell of the warrior he once was. Immediately, Savage lifted his brother from the filth and carried him home to Dathomir, fulfilling their mother's command and beginning the process of restoration. On Dathomir, Talzin's magics began rebuilding what had been broken. She channeled the dark side to restore Maul's shattered form, replacing jagged limbs with sophisticated cybernetics. Moreover, her
holy foreshadowing, though. With Vader. God damn.
Rituals pieced together the fragments of his mind. At last, his memories returned with clarity, and with them, his hatred became sharper than ever. What emerged from Talzin's rituals was far more dangerous than what—
Like, if he wasn't a D1 hater before, holy shit, he's gonna be in a whole different league now when it comes to hating and anger.
Had fallen into the reactor shaft. The Maul who had emerged was no longer the broken scavenger of Lotho Minor. His intelligence was intact, his cunning restored, and his desire for vengeance against Obi-Wan Kenobi reignited with terrifying focus. Though he accepted Savage as his apprentice, his true goal was not rebuilding the Sith's rule of two, but exacting personal revenge. Sidious's lessons about patience and the grand plan were discarded. Now, there was only one driving force, the burning need to make Obi-Wan pay.
Yup!
Shadow Collective. Reborn through Night Sister magics and driven by an unquenchable thirst for revenge, Darth Maul forged a new vision. No longer a hidden weapon for Sidious, he would carve his own path through the galaxy's criminal underworld. His path was ruthless and ambitious. Unite scattered sympathies under his leadership and use the Shadow Collective to strike at his enemies, building an empire worthy of a Sith Lord. But first, he had to settle an old score. Maul's first target was Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Jedi who had cut him down on Naboo. Unable to locate him directly, Maul drew Kenobi out with calculated terror. He and Savage traveled to Raydonia, massacring civilians and burning settlements. Then, Maul recorded...
Dude, he's literally a demon. Like, physically, but also mentally. Like, he's just a demon at this point.
A holographic message taunting Kenobi with the slaughter, daring him to respond.
Oh, God.
To his delight, the trap worked. Kenobi arrived alone, driven by guilt over the deaths Maul had orchestrated in his name. Both brothers attacked simultaneously, overwhelming the Jedi and capturing him. Aboard their ship, Maul unleashed his fury, hurling Obi-Wan against the walls and striking him with savage blows. Yet Kenobi met his rage with calm defiance, even laughing at Maul's obsession, denying him the satisfaction of revenge. The encounter ended sooner than Maul had hoped. Asajj Ventress arrived seeking Savage, giving Kenobi the chance to escape. Maul had tasted victory, and he knew he could defeat Kenobi under the right circumstances, sparking plans for a larger, more calculated campaign to hunt his nemesis properly. Maul learned quickly. Brute force alone would not suffice. Later on, he and Savage launched a terror...
Do you know how mad you'd be if you wanted revenge on somebody? And while you're kicking the shit in, they're just looking at you giggling. Like they're not giving you the satisfaction after you did all of that to get them, to get your revenge. Like, again, I'm not justifying what he did, okay? He was evil. We already know that. But I'm just saying, personally, I would be so mad if I was in his Maul's position. Yeah, literally rage baiting. Bro's being rage baited. And the thing is, I would fall for the rage bait. I always fall for the rage bait.
Campaign across the Outer Rim, targeting both civilians and Jedi to build a reputation and test their growing power. Savage accepted his role as apprentice after losing a brief challenge duel, formalizing the rule of two. Soon enough, their raids drew attention from the Republic and the criminal underworld, exactly as Maul intended. The brothers' clash on Florrum reinforced the lesson. Savage killed Jedi Master Adi Gallia, but Kenobi escaped and severely wounded him. This led Maul to realize he needed strategy, cunning, and political leverage, not just violence. After a narrow escape from Florrum, Maul and Savage were left adrift, nearly dead from oxygen deprivation.
Oh, wow.
Salvation came from an unexpected source, Brave Vizsla and the Death Watch. The Mandalorian warriors sought to overthrow Duchess Satine, and in Maul, they saw a powerful ally. A partnership was forged. Death Watch would lend military strength and political legitimacy, while Maul offered strategy and mastery of the dark side. Though their goals differed, they both needed allies. Therefore, with Death Watch at his side, Maul began assembling the Shadow Collective. Instead of ruling solely through fear, he offered crime lords unity and protection from both the Republic and the Separatists. By coordinating operations and sharing resources, the syndicates could form a third power in the galactic conflict. This was no ordinary criminal enterprise. It was a shadow empire capable of rivaling Sidious's subtle methods of control. Consolidating power required precision and calculated violence. When Black Sun initially refused his offer, Maul sent Savage to execute the entire council, leaving Zayden Moj in charge of the compliant organization. The Pike Syndicate joined willingly after witnessing Black Sun's fate, recognizing the benefits of coordinated spice operations under Maul's protection. The ancient Hutt clans were next. On Nal Hutta, Maul confronted their council, where Jabba appeared by hologram. When the Hutts resisted, battle erupted, and Aruba was slain. Afterwards, Maul traveled to Jabba's own palace, and, faced with no alternative, the crime lord bent the Hutt clans to the Shadow Collective. Together, they destabilized Mandalore. Maul's Shadow Collective launched false flag attacks, allowing Death Watch to appear as protectors and turn public opinion against Satine's pacifist rule. Vizsla seized the moment, arresting Satine and claiming her failure demanded new leadership. But Vizsla then betrayed Maul, jailing him to secure power for himself. Maul soon escaped with the aid of Savage, and in the throne room, he challenged Vizsla to single combat. Maul
did create Space Illuminati, I do agree with that.
Killed him with the Darksaber, and though Bo-Katan and her followers resisted, much of Death Watch bent the knee, giving Maul control. With Mandalore under his command and the Shadow Collective spanning multiple sectors, Maul achieved unprecedented power. Yet his ultimate revenge remained personal. Maul captured Duchess Satine, knowing her bond with Kenobi would draw the Jedi to him. Loyalists briefly freed her with the aid of Bo-Katan and her Night Owls, long enough for Satine to send a plea for help. She was soon recaptured, but her message reached the Jedi Council. Obi-Wan urged Yoda and Ki-Adi-Mundi to send aid, but they refused. Mandalore's neutrality bound the Republic's hands. Defying their decision, Obi-Wan went alone, disguising himself as a Mandalorian guard to infiltrate the city. He freed Satine from prison, and together they fled in a small transport. But their escape was cut short. Maul's forces fired missiles that struck the ship, forcing it down. Obi-Wan and Satine were captured once more, delivered into Maul's grasp.
Man.
In the throne room of Mandalore, Maul held Satine aloft with the Force. He spoke of years of suffering, kept alive only by his hatred for Obi-Wan. Revenge had always been his plan, but he would not grant Kenobi a quick death.
Like, I knew Sith were very, very spiteful, hateful, angry individuals, right? I don't think I've seen a single Sith that can out-hate Maul. Like, he is the embodiment of anger. Holy shit.
Instead, Maul vowed to make him share that suffering. Satine, he declared, was the perfect instrument of his vengeance, and with the Darksaber, he struck her down.
Wait! The Darksaber, there's only one! How did he get the Darksaber?
Declared was the perfect instrument of his vengeance, and with the Darksaber...
'Cause it's passed down, so how did he get it? Oh! He won the duel and that's... Oh! I was wondering how. I was like, dude, this thing gets passed down. Who gave it to him? Vader? Oh no, this is I'm pretty sure this is before Vader became Vader. Yeah. That's sick.
He struck her down. Obi-Wan rushed forward, calling her name as he caught her. In her final moments, she confessed her love for him, words long left unspoken. She died in his arms, and Obi-Wan held her in silence, his grief plain but contained. Obi-Wan was then thrown into the prisons below, condemned by Maul to rot in his misery. With Satine dead and Kenobi imprisoned, Maul's grip over Mandalore grew stronger than ever. Son of Dathomir. Satine's death was felt across the galaxy through the Force. On Coruscant, Darth Sidious sensed his former apprentice's triumph and recognized the threat it represented. Maul's achievements, building a criminal empire, claiming Mandalore, and wielding the ancient Darksaber, violated the rule of two in the most dangerous way possible. His success had transformed him from a discarded weapon into a rival, demanding...
Yeah. You think Vader's hate might out-hate Maul? Really? Really? The only reason why I disagree with that is because at the end he saved his son. So there was redemption for him, you know? And for Maul, I don't think there's any redemption at all. So that's the only reason why I think he's out-hating. Because there's no going back for this guy. There wasn't before, there's not gonna be now with how spiteful he is. But hey, maybe it's also because I don't know much about Star Wars. So... Wait, he kind of had... Wait, he had redemption? This guy had redemption? Okay, clearly I don't know enough to be making any comments, but... Kinda. But he's the D1 hater. He will avenge us. No, he didn't. You'll see. Oh, God.
Immediate attention. Sidious would not tolerate competition. He soon arrived on Mandalore not as a master reclaiming a wayward apprentice, but as a Sith Lord eliminating a rival. The confrontation unfolded in Mandalore's throne room, where Maul and Savage faced the full power of Sidious. The battle was swift and devastating, demonstrating the vast gulf between Sidious's mastery and the brothers' combined strength. A violent force push hurled Maul into the wall, leaving him stunned as his brother fought on alone. Savage met Sidious in a desperate clash, but the Dark Lord drove both lightsabers through his chest in a swift, merciless strike. With contemptuous ease, Sidious
Like, yeah, he's not the greatest guy out there, but like, he really isn't the greatest guy out there, so this kind of sucks.
cast the dying warrior aside. Maul rushed to his brother's side, only to watch the last of his family slip away. Savage's death shattered him with grief. His brother.
Oh, fuck, bro. Star Wars Legends Tale 9, Maul essentially confirms Vader has more hatred. Really? Now I'm excited to look more into Vader again. Damn. Vader having more hatred than Maul. Alright, you know what? Guys, let me know who you think has more hatred. I'm curious. I am so curious because this guy... Goddamn.
His apprentice, his only kin, was gone. Overcome with rage, Maul hurled himself back into the fight, but even his fury could not bridge the gulf of Sidious's power. The duel ended with Maul broken, writhing under Sidious's lightning. Rather than ending Maul's life, Sidious imprisoned him on Stygian Prime, using him to draw out another enemy, Mother Talzin, who had long evaded his grasp. The trap was more elaborate than simple imprisonment. Soon, torture and interrogation followed on Stygian Prime. Count Dooku and Sidious both pressed Maul for intelligence about his Shadow Collective, but he revealed nothing. His Sith training, combined with stubborn willpower, honed through decades of pain, made him impossible to break.
I feel so bad for him, dude. Clearly clones hatred towards clankers is far higher. You know what? I think you just ended the debate with that one. I think you're right. Maul or Vader? Hell no. It's the clones, bro. It's the clones versus the clankers.
What appeared to be captivity was actually the opening move in Sidious's larger game. The trap unfolded when Death Watch loyalists Gar Saxon and Rook Kast launched their assault on the Fortress world. Their Mandalorian strike team appeared to act independently, but Sidious had allowed the intelligence to leak, orchestrating Maul's escape to serve his purposes. The Mandalorians freed Maul, unaware they were fulfilling the Dark Lord's design. For Maul, however, freedom meant opportunity. He retreated to Zanbar, where loyal Shadow Collective forces had maintained a hidden stronghold. There, he reassembled his scattered empire, reclaimed the Darksaber, and began planning his next move. When he contacted Mother Talzin through Night Sister magic,
The Darksaber is so cool.
she warned him that Sidious was manipulating events, forcing them toward a final confrontation. Talzin instructed Maul to regroup on Ord Mantell, where the remnants of the Shadow Collective gathered for one desperate battle. Black Sun operatives, Pike
The greatest hatred Disney treatment of the fan base. Fucking nailed it.
Syndicate enforcers and Night Brothers under Brother Viscus answered the call. Together, they fortified the industrial world and prepared for the inevitable Separatist assault. Meanwhile, General Grievous led the attack with massive droid armies, while Count Dooku accompanied him to ensure Maul's capture or death. The battle raged across Ord Mantell's factories and mining platforms. Maul realized that brute force alone would not win this fight. He employed the cunning that had built his criminal empire, orchestrating a bold strike at the heart of the enemy fleet. Boarding Grievous's flagship with a select team, he used the chaos of battle as cover for infiltration. The confrontation with General Grievous was short but decisive. Maul tackled the cyborg into the bridge's viewport glass and pressed the Darksaber to his throat, forcing him to cut the droid army's command signal. With the droids disabled and Grievous subdued, Maul's forces overwhelmed the Separatists, capturing both him and Count Dooku. Seizing the moment, Mother Talzin spoke to Dooku through her dark magic, revealing the truth of Sidious's plan, that he was only a temporary pawn, destined to be replaced by a younger apprentice, just as Maul had once been cast aside. For a moment, Dooku wavered, weighing the grim implications of her words. On Ord Mantell, the Jedi were investigating what the Separatist droids had been fighting and discovered Mandalorian involvement. Splitting up, Obi-Wan Kenobi and Tipley followed the trail of the Mandalorian outpost. From there, they were able to track Maul's forces to a hidden asteroid base where they launched a surprise attack with their clone soldiers. As the fighting raged, General Grievous broke free of his prison and escaped aboard a shuttle. Maul then forced Count Dooku into a temporary alliance, handing him back his lightsaber. When Mace Windu and Aayla Secura arrived with reinforcements, the battle lines split. Windu and Secura confronted Maul directly, while Obi-Wan and Tipley engaged the Count. In the clash, Dooku cut Tipley down before Obi-Wan's eyes, leaving the Jedi Master reeling. With the Republic forces pressing hard, one of Maul's soldiers fired a rocket launcher into the hangar.
This is like so fucking intense, dude. I don't even know what to say.
Forcing the Jedi to scatter and giving the Shadow Collective a chance to withdraw. Aboard their ship, Maul spoke with the leaders of Black Sun and the Pikes, who voiced doubts about his ability to keep their fragile alliance intact. When the discussion ended, Dooku turned to Maul and said coldly that seizing control was far easier than maintaining it, a cutting observation that echoed the Syndicate leader's concerns. Maul returned to Dathomir and called upon his mother. Answering his summons, Mother Talzin possessed Count Dooku and began siphoning his life force, the sacrifice required to restore her fully to the physical realm. In orbit, Sidious and General Grievous traced the Count's signal and approached the planet under cloak. At the same time, Separatist droids assaulted the Black Sun and the Pikes to prevent reinforcements. Their leaders demanded to know why Maul had gone silent as their positions collapsed. The temple wall exploded inward as Sidious and Grievous stormed in to recover Dooku. Maul declared that Mother Talzin lived and that the Count was under her full control. Still channeling her power through Dooku's body, Talzin fought at Maul's side against the intruders. Talzin wielded Dooku's body, but possessed none of his skill. Sidious unleashed a torrent of Force lightning, breaking her hold and forcing her to abandon the host. She then reformed in flesh, returning fully to the physical realm. Maul hurled Grievous out through the shattered wall, then lent his own strength to his mother, locking Sidious in a storm of emerald magic against searing blue lightning. But when Dooku regained consciousness, he joined his master, and their combined power overwhelmed Talzin's defense. With the tide turning, she urged Maul to flee, using the Force to push him through the breach.
Why is this so heartbreaking, man? Fuck. That's his mom. Oh, if that's my mom, I'm never leaving her side, bro. I would hold on to her hand. I'm not leaving.
Where a Mandalorian ship waited. Dragged aboard by his warriors, Maul looked back in horror as Grievous forced his way through the storm and drove both lightsabers into Talzin. Her spirit burst free in wisps of green energy, leaving only a brittle husk of bone and cloth behind. Maul's anguished cry echoed across the chamber as the ship carried him away, her sacrifice ensuring his survival. As Talzin's remains lay broken on the temple floor, Sidious stood over her, declaring that there are those with power and those who only dream of it, and that her existence had been nothing but a dream. Dooku apologized for Maul's escape, but Sidious dismissed his concern. He assured the Count that everything had unfolded as he had foreseen. Maul's future had been erased, while their own path was now more certain than ever.
Yeah, last of his family.
Siege of Mandalore. When the Clone Wars entered their final phase, Maul recognized the galaxy stood on the brink of a transformation that would reshape everything. Though his criminal empire lay in ruins and his family was dead, he retained enough influence to seize one last prize before the war ended. Returning to Mandalore, he claimed the planet that had briefly served as his capital, preparing either to profit from the coming chaos or die fighting the forces that had destroyed his life. The loss of Mother Talzin and the destruction of Dathomir left Maul truly alone for the first time since his resurrection. The annihilation of the Night Sisters severed his final connection to family and the mystical power that had sustained him. Yet isolation sharpened his focus, transforming desperation into deadly purpose as he consolidated the remnants of his Shadow Collective on Mandalore. But Maul's return would not go unchallenged. Bo-Katan Kryze had never accepted his rule over her homeworld. The former Death Watch lieutenant now led the Mandalorian resistance with the tactical brilliance and relentless determination that had made her Pre Vizsla's most trusted warrior.
I love how Star Wars just makes you feel bad for the bad guys. Like, holy fuck, the amount of times my heart broke for somebody. that massacred planets. Insane. Insane.
Seeking Republic assistance, she allied with former Jedi Ahsoka Tano, lending legitimacy to her cause. Lone reinforcements under Commander Rex and the elite 332nd Company joined the fight, their helmets painted with an orange and white pattern in tribute of Ahsoka's return. For the first time since claiming the Darksaber, Maul faced an enemy with numbers, resources, and the moral authority he had always lacked. The siege unfolded across Sundari's gleaming towers and shadowed depths. Republic forces pressed upward through the lower levels, while Maul's super commandos defended the upper city. Bo-Katan's Night Owls engaged the Shadow Collective's flying warriors in aerial duels, while clone gunships weaved between towering spires, cannons blazing as battle raged across the domed city. In the shadows of the Undercity, Maul prepared his masterstroke. He had expected Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker to lead the assault personally. His strategy had been built around confronting them, particularly Skywalker, whose death he believed might unravel Sidious's grand design. Facing Ahsoka instead, disappointment shadowed his features. The isolation that defined his existence had also clouded his foresight. While evading capture, Maul methodically dismantled his empire. He ordered Black Sun, the Pikes, and other criminal organizations into hiding, abandoning Mandalore's defenders to their fate. Crime lords who had once feared him now scrambled to evade Republic justice. Afterward, Maul captured ARC Trooper Jesse and violently probed his mind for intelligence on Ahsoka, seeking any advantage. Prime Minister Almec was killed during the fighting before he could reveal too much, though not before confirming Skywalker's central role in Maul's dark visions. The final confrontation would—
So his dark visions, he was able to see Vader? Was he able to see Vader, or just Skywalker, like, as he is? I'm curious about that. Did he know that he was gonna turn into Vader? That's crazy. Coming up as a little bit racist. That's crazy. Did he? No! Probably Order 66 as a whole. Alright. Yeah, okay, yeah. That does make sense, yeah. Probably. He knew Sidious's plan. Maul figured it out. Oh, fuck.
Would be fought in the heart of Mandalorian power. In Sundari's throne room, where Mandalore's history weighed heavily on the walls, Maul released Jesse and dismissed Bo-Katan to the battlefield, acknowledging her leadership, even as he denied her victory. He confronted Ahsoka with the truth he had pieced together. Sidious had groomed Anakin as his next apprentice.
I have to scream in lower cases because, again, bro, I'm gonna get my ass kicked if I scream louder. Because people are home and they're trying to sleep, but he knew! Holy fuck! Holy fucking shit. Yeah, he did, yeah. I like how he went from, like, well, not Jedi, but he went to the tiny fun. He went to the dark side. And he's still in the dark side, technically, but he just made his own side, which earlier somebody said he pretty much created the Space Illuminati, the Star Wars one. He did! He did! Holy shit! I love this!
Maul's desperate plan was to kill Skywalker himself, believing it would prevent the Sith Lord's scheme.
This is such a would you kill baby Hitler if you knew he was gonna turn into Hitler kind of situation. Like, right now they're innocent, sure, but in the future, it's just hard. It's very difficult to answer.
When Ahsoka refused to believe him, violence erupted. Their duel spanned shattered halls and the great support beams holding Sundari's dome. Maul pressed his advantage, driving Ahsoka toward the edges, using the narrow beams to restrict her movements. Yet she adapted with agility and cunning that reminded him of her former master. At last, she disarmed him, hurled him from the beams, and bound him with the Force until clone.
And this is where he was like, hey, just let me go. I know what's happening. It's fine to let me go.
Gunships arrived. Mandalorian whipcords completed his capture. Maul's imprisonment would become the least of his concerns. Confined in a specialized Mandalorian cell aboard the Venator-class Star Destroyer Tribunal, his composure finally cracked under the weight of his visions.
No.
The ancient device was designed to hold Force wielders, a relic from Mandalore's warrior past. He thrashed against his bonds, screaming warnings of fire and death, dismissed as the ravings of a broken Sith. For
Order
Ahsoka,
66.
this should have been a triumph. Instead, it marked only the beginning of a greater catastrophe. While the Republic cruiser transported Maul to Coruscant, Order 66 ignited across the galaxy.
Holy shit. They could have listened. Maul was right. It's just so hard to listen to somebody who is known, right? The Sith are known for being cunning, for lying, for manipulating. So I get why they didn't listen to him, but it would have been a good moment to listen to him. But then we wouldn't have gotten Order 66 the way it played out, and it was fucking cinema. If someone who knew the future and told you that a child would grow up totally evil, could you kill the child? Exactly, right? Exactly. Because technically right now they're innocent. You can't just, you know, right now they're still innocent. Criminal could be right, but would you trust the criminal? Exactly, that's what it comes down to. And he was causing a lot of havoc throughout the fucking galaxy, right? So I don't know, man. I can get why they didn't trust him.
The clones turned on their Jedi commanders with mechanical precision. Rex fought the command for only a moment, straining against the chip long enough to mention a clue. Find fives. Then the order consumed him, and he opened fire. Ahsoka deflected the barrage and escaped into the corridors. Knowing she was outnumbered, she freed Maul to create a diversion, unleashing him against the pursuing troopers. Maul...
I can see what you meant by redemption. Like, to me, this is quite redeeming.
Maul rampaged unchecked through the cruiser, tearing apart the hyperdrive with the Force and sending the massive vessel spiraling toward the moon below. Before the Tribunal crashed into the moon's surface, Maul commandeered a shuttle and escaped the doomed vessel. The Republic cruiser became a graveyard of twisted metal, while Ahsoka and Rex found their own way to safety and vanished into hiding. As Order 66 unfolded, Maul felt a grim satisfaction. The betrayal he witnessed validated his warnings. The Republic's soldiers turned on the Jedi exactly as he had foreseen.
I mean, yeah, you know, he's a dick and all, but I would feel a level of satisfaction if I was like, hey guys, listen to me. People didn't. I feel like a lot of us have been in that situation where we warn people about something, they don't listen, and it happens, and you're just like, well, that was really shit. I'm sorry it happened to you, but I warned you.
His former master's plan was unfolding, proving both his insight and the galaxy's doom. The Clone Wars ended exactly as Maul had foreseen. Maul disappeared into the underworld, while Sidious rose as Emperor. The Jedi were purged, and the Republic was extinguished in a transformation decades in the making. For Maul, the Empire's rise was both proof of his foresight and the measure of his failure. He had seen Sidious's truth, yet lacked the power to prevent it. Once the instrument of Sith dominance, he was now its greatest victim, condemned to watch from the shadows as his master achieved ultimate victory. Survival brought no satisfaction, only exile. Now left without allies, family, or purpose, Maul returned to the obsession that had haunted him for decades, the final hunt
for
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
I mean, yeah, what do you do at this point, bro? Like, everything went to shit. You might as well go back to the roots. Obi can't catch a break. Nope. I love how just like, it's not out of the blue, but bro really said, well, everything went to shit. I might as well go back to the OG op. I love this. I love him. I love him, dude. I love Star Wars.
The fallen Sith Lord would spend years preparing for one last confrontation, driven by hatred that time could never heal. Crimson Dawn to Twin Suns. After the fall of the Republic, the rise of the Galactic Empire changed the galaxy. Maul found new ways to survive, no longer claiming the Darth title after Sidious betrayed him. he abandoned
Yeah.
the Sith identity and built his own path in the criminal underworld. As
Mhm.
Emperor Palpatine tightened his grip and crushed opposition, the Shadows became one of the few places Maul could operate freely. From what remained of the Shadow Collective, Maul built a new syndicate, Crimson
Oh.
Dawn. The group was secretive, organized in separate layers, and relied on alliances with other underworld organizations.
That's
Dryden
sick.
Voss acted as its public face, while Maul controlled the network from his hidden base on Dathomir. His influence reached across many star systems, yet even power could not satisfy his true obsession.
Well,
Years passed, but Maul's attention drifted from running Crimson Dawn back to his old enemy, Obi-Wan Kenobi. A major event shook Crimson Dawn when Han Solo and Tobias Beckett's
I love
crew
this.
delivered refined coaxium to Voss in a deal that went wrong. Kira killed Voss, then reported to
Ooh.
Maul, pledging her loyalty. She took control of Crimson Dawn under Maul's distant guidance, while the Syndicate continued without his constant oversight. Still, Maul's mind stayed fixed on Kenobi. His obsession grew stronger, and he neglected his criminal empire to track the Jedi.
Oh, God.
Rumors and fragmented visions led him to Malachor, a ruined Sith world where a superweapon lay frozen in ash. Years alone tested him, but survival fueled his pain. On Malachor, Maul survived through the dark side and sheer determination. Solitude weighed on him as he wandered the crumbling temple. His chance came when Ezra Bridger and his rebel friends entered the ruins. Maul pretended to be a weak, harmless hermit and gained the
Oh,
trust
God.
of his visitors. He temporarily teamed up with Ezra, Ahsoka Tano, and Kanan Jarrus to fight a shared threat. Together, they defeated 3 Imperial Inquisitors, the 5th brother, 7th sister.
Renilus began. So that's the weapon they're talking about. That's the weapon, the super weapon. Is that what they're talking about? When they said that? Jeez. Oh my god, I love this. Maul, I hate my Xbox. Xbox. My Xbox, bro. X-Boss. But fuck this guy in particular. Bro. That's sick. Supposedly, yeah.
And 8th brother in
Hi, Mark.
fierce lightsaber battles across the collapsing temple. But Maul's true nature revealed itself. He struck down Kanan,
white
blinding
saber.
the Jedi Master, and
Jesus.
escaped the collapsing temple aboard a stolen ship. Though he had failed to claim the temple's ultimate weapon, he did not leave defeated. Ezra carried with him the Sith holocron, a dark prize that Maul became obsessed with reclaiming. In the weeks that followed, Maul hunted relentlessly until he found the boy once more. To draw Ezra out, he ambushed the Ghost and seized its crew, turning them into leverage for the holocrons
Jesus.
he desired. Through the Force, he reached into Hera's mind and uncovered the hidden location of the Jedi holocron. Ultimately, Maul forced Ezra to combine the Sith and Jedi holocrons in a dangerous ceremony. The convergence of
combine
Sith
them?
and Jedi holocrons tore open a searing vergence in the Force, flooding them with visions beyond mortal comprehension. Ezra
Jesus.
sought a path to end the Sith, while Maul searched for the thread of his own vengeance. From the chaos came revelation, the truth that Obi-Wan Kenobi still lived. Maul lured Ezra
Oh
to
my
Dathomir
God, bro.
and persuaded him to take part.
Maul is so hateful towards Obi specifically. I feel like if Obi were to have died, Maul would go to his grave and just start stabbing it, bro. He would stab Obi's grave if Obi had died and was buried somewhere. Like oh my god, I love him. I love him. Like he's so hateful.
In an ancient Night Sister ritual within the ruins of the Old Witch
Oh.
stronghold. Using the power of Dathomir's dark waters and remnants of Night Sister magic, Maul sought to bind their minds together and fully share the fragmented knowledge from the Jedi and Sith holocrons. The ritual unveiled visions pointing toward Obi-Wan Kenobi's existence, but it also carried a terrible price. The ritual awakened vengeful Night Sister spirits, who rose and possessed Kanan and Sabine when they tried to intervene. Satisfied with the revelation and unwilling to risk himself further, Maul departed Dathomir immediately, leaving Ezra behind to face the consequences alone. The final hunt led him to Tatooine. Maul tracked his enemy to the desert planet where their rivalry began. Unable to find Kenobi directly, he used one last trick. He sent false visions to Ezra, luring the boy into the desert as bait to draw Kenobi out. Just as he expected, his plan worked. When Ezra got lost, Obi-Wan came to rescue him, revealing himself to Maul. Under the twin suns, the old enemies faced each other one last time. Maul immediately sensed that Kenobi was protecting something important, more than just himself. In the quiet desert, they ignited their lightsabers. Obi-Wan used the defensive stance of Qui-Gon Jinn, a move both familiar and strategic. Maul recognized it, but misjudged its meaning. Acting on muscle memory and rage, he attacked with the same strike that killed Qui-Gon decades ago.
Jeez.
But Obi-Wan had prepared. He had studied the attack, learned from past mistakes, and reacted with precision. In one smooth motion, he cut Maul's lightsaber and delivered a fatal strike. At last, Maul found a form of peace. As he
Don't do this.
Fell into Obi-Wan's arms, the hatred that had driven him for so long began to fade. Through the haze of approaching death, he finally understood the truth. Obi-Wan had never been his real enemy. The Jedi had simply been defending himself on Naboo. Instead, the true architect of his suffering had been Sidious all along, the master who stole him from his mother's arms as a child, robbed him of his childhood, and forged him into a weapon of pure hatred. What hurt most was that the Sith Lord discarded him at the moment he was no longer useful. Alongside this, he heard about the boy Obi-Wan protected, Luke Skywalker, the Chosen One. Maul understood that Luke would succeed where he had failed, defeating Sidious and fulfilling the prophecy. With his last breath, Maul spoke of the justice that would come through the boy. But Maul was not the only Sith who had endured so many hardships, because Krea's story was even more traumatic. So watch it next, here.
Hell no, I'm crying. Oh, dude, that was...
Unprotected.
I'm gonna pause it there. Man, what the fuck? Why do you make me cry? Oh man, that was beautiful, dude. I'm so... They always do this. They always do this. They always end it in a way that is... Man, I'm so happy he found peace. I'm so happy he found peace, but holy fuck, dude, I am... Oh, Star Wars, you always do this to me. You always do this to me. But thank you for that recommendation. That was all the time we had, by the way, guys. God damn it. God fucking damn it, bro. Holy pain. Holy pain. W's dream. Thank you. Closure, not peace. Will he avenge us? His last words were, will he avenge us? Shut up. Shut up. Will he avenge us? Bitch! Last words where he will avenge us all. He will avenge us. You got me ugly crying, bro. He will avenge us. Oh, man. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh, man, I'm bitch made when it comes to this. He will avenge us. God damn it, I'm gonna... Oh, man. Okay. Ah! We don't speak of this again. But if you have any recommendations, please put them in the server. I watch them whenever I can. Obviously. Died still thinking of revenge, motherfucker. Died still thinking of revenge is crazy. He's a D1 hater, but it's alright. It's alright. Oh, that broke my heart, dude. I can see why people love Star Wars so much. Tell me, is he the chosen one? These are the kind of quotes that people get tattooed on their bodies. Like, jeez. Alright, but before I go, these are all my socials, guys. Check them out. There's a new video, and mainly I want to promote Insta and Twitter. Join the Discord server. Thank you again for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I will be live tomorrow. If I'm not, I'll let you know in the server. And I will go and cry and eat my sandwich. That was heartbreaking, bro. That was heartbreaking. Oh, that was heartbreaking. But you know what? I love Star Wars. I absolutely love Star Wars. But take care, guys. Remember your love. Take care. Bye-bye. I'll catch you tomorrow. Bye-bye.